That looks good now. It says in progress.
Restarting the meeting. Good evening. This is the June 17, 2025 regular meeting of the Complaint Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 5:34 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Member decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Members of the online community, please note that we are not utilizing the chat function in WebEx as it is not visible to the members of the public who are attending the meeting in person. If you wish to be recognized when public comment is called, you may raise your hand in the app or by pressing *3 on your telephone to be recognized. Chair Schmidt, that completes my announcements.
Thank you. Yeah, let's start with number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Shall I call roll?
Yes, please.
Calling the roll. Chair Schmidt.
Present.
Chair Schmidt, present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. Member Sugarman. Member Sugarman, absent. 2 present. We have quorum.
So on agenda changes, it looks like we do have a couple that we need to make it clear up front what we're going to do here. And those would be number 11 and number 7. I believe that number 7, it seems like there were some technical issues with getting access to the file electronically by the members. I don't see, from what I can see, with the notice and with the difficulties, I don't see that we can actually go forward with 25033, and we should probably establish that up front so we don't inconvenience people. Any thoughts?
I would agree. I was not able to look at the file online. For some reason, I tried it from multiple browsers and I could not see anything there. So I have not been able to review it. And by the time I was able to notify, the task force administrator, it was already within a couple of days, and I don't know how many other, whether members of the public could see it either.
Yeah, it seems that, we got a problem with both our own access to the file and whether the notification was enough, was appropriate. I think, could I ask Ms. Peterson, could you read the names of the parties on this in number 7?
Yes, the names of the parties are the petitioner, Joudere, Joudere, Gaines, Gaines, against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency.
All right. Is anyone here on number 7 in the room?
What's number 7?
Gaines versus SFMTA. Nobody in the room. Is anyone online for number 7?
Checking. Members of the online community, is anyone here for item 7? Joder Gaines against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. If you are, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. I see no hands raised.
Okay. I'm going to move that we
Please,
go ahead.
just a moment. Caller 415-525, are you here for item 7?
Yes, this is Mr. Gaines.
Hello, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, Mr. Gaines, this is Dean Schmidt, the chair. Because of the difficulties we've had in setting everything up to have this hearing today, I don't think we've got appropriate notice to the public, and also we've had problems internally with accessing the files, and so I don't know if I should ask you to respond, but I'm going to be making a motion that we push this back to the next hearing or the next.
Okay, so when you talk about files, what files are you pertaining to?
Well, the documents that you submit for this hearing and the documents that the other side, the SFMTA, submits for this hearing.
Okay.
That's
So for my
the
document,
evidence.
I gave
I
I gave all my supporting documents to Pat.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like this is probably going to be ready to go when it does come up, but I think that today's we're not going to be able to hear it because of those procedural reasons. Okay.
Well, I'm still a little confused. So you talked about supporting documentation. So I provided all my supporting documentation to Pat well in advance.
Yeah, we're not rejecting your supporting documentation. That's not the problem. Our problem is that we just haven't had it available electronically to the committee members before the hearing. And so we just can't make any decisions here today on your matter, but we're going to have it set on a calendar. It's almost 100%. It'll be on a calendar of a committee within the next month, and you'll get notification of that. All right.
Okay. So when you say I will get notification, will that be in writing as to why the hearing was not fulfilled?
It won't be in writing. We're just going to.
Well, I need something in writing as to why this hearing is not being.
The notice of hearing.
You will get notification, and you can look at the records of what we do here today, but we don't necessarily send out custom letters to people. You'll get notification of when this is going to come up. All right. And thank you. Okay. I
want to just one more time repeat that so I can just have this in writing. The reason why you need a reschedule. I just need to write this down.
Well, I've already stated the grounds, and it is both the problem with the record, and also we need to have the notice without the record is a problem with giving the public the opportunity to see what's happening, what's going to happen. Those are the two reasons. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna move on. You'll hear from the task force very soon as to the date that's going to be set. All right. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Peterson.
Excuse me, noting that member Sugarman was present at 5:42 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to move that we we move this matter to the next, let's say the next available committee hearing.
I will second that, Member Stein.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to move item 7 to the next available committee hearing.
And I don't think it's possible for me to vote on it since I wasn't here for the full item.
That's fine. That's fine, Member Sugarman.
Public comment?
Yeah.
Taking public comment on the motion. Anyone in the room wishing to speak, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community and not one of the parties, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment.
Yeah, just a quick comment. It seems like there's
Just a moment, Mr. Smith. We have one speaker at the podium. 3 minutes.
Yes. Hopefully it's not one of the parties, but yes.
Okay. So this is speaking on just the motion. Your 3 minutes begins now.
just the motion to the motion. You said the motion.
Yes.
What was the motion? I'm sorry.
This is a motion to move item 7 to the next available committee hearing.
Yes. Oh, okay. So, yes, please do it. Part of what I want to say that I hope relates to this motion is that we're now at a very good time right now, the task force and this committee, because there's a larger process underway with the streamlining task force. And their goal, as many of us know, is to come back with some recommendations on how to make some changes and improvements towards, being improved and efficient, as well as efficiency. So I would encourage the committee to really think deeply about a lot of the processes that they've been looking at and seeing, and being willing to come forward and submit some of those ideas on how to improve the process. For example, whatever the process is on getting information and distributing it to the committee members, it looks like there's some bugs there. And what that does is winds up pushing the issue back another month. And then for the person who submitted the paperwork, life may catch up and it may disrupt them. It's really difficult to context shift and then get back to and have all of the details readily handy. So it's really important to try to get these things done as smoothly and swiftly as possible. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else in the queue.
Okay, let's vote.
Taking the vote on the motion. Taking the vote on the motion. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the conversation. Is that an abstain?
Yes.
Thank you. Two ayes, one abstention, motion passes.
Okay. And I think we should handle 25043 because I believe we have a stipulated continuance between the parties. And so unless anyone thinks here otherwise, I'm going to move that we continue 25043 to the next. Actually, let's put this on the next complaint committee calendar.
And is that an actual, does it need to be a motion, or can you just say that we'll do that?
Do we need a motion for that?
Mr. Young,
It's a stipulated continuance by the parties.
excuse me, Mr. Young.
I thought in the past when that something was continued, we've just announced it was continued. I don't,
Probably.
but if it's not saving time to do that, go ahead and make a motion.
Will you take an action, please?
I can second that motion.
And it can be to the call of the chair or to the complaint committee.
Complaint committee, please. Yeah.
The action is moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein, to schedule item 11 to the next complaint committee in July 2025.
Yeah, public comment?
Anyone wishing to make public comment on the motion? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3.
That's line 11, file number 25043.
Item 11 to reschedule at the July complaint committee meeting. We have one hand raised. It is petitioner.
Good
Hello, Ms.
evening.
Abbott, you've been unmuted. Give me a moment to set your timer.
Yeah, technically,
Oh, not a timer.
as a party, if you want to speak to this, I don't want to call it general public comment, but I will allow you to speak before we have our vote.
Thank you. I didn't want to speak to it. I just wanted to confirm that with this continuance, that there will be obviously additional time to submit any supporting documentation prior to the hearing date in July.
So Chair Schmidt, I did confirm in writing that the period to submit supplemental documentation moves with the date of a notice of hearing.
Yes. Yeah, there's a certain date, it'll be in July, and up until that date, you'll be able to submit any kind of documentation you want to put in the file.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. Okay, let's vote.
Taking the vote on the motion, Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Now, the one matter that I'm not sure if we want to make any change to the agenda on this is number 10, which involves the same parties as the matter we just spoke of. And the reason I am bringing it up is that it appears to me that there is consent to the finding of the violations alleged. And so we could put that up front and do it fast, or we could keep it where it is. Members, do you have any preference on that?
It's fine, and we love to speak with 25753.
I'm gonna move 10. I'm gonna make a motion that, well, I'm gonna move 10. I don't think it requires a motion. So that we will hear it
What?
directly after number 4. So it'll be 4, then 10, then 5.
Noted.
Okay. And so those are our agenda changes. And so when you're ready, we can move on to number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the May 20, 2025 Complaint Committee special meeting minutes.
Okay, members, anything about the minutes that we want to discuss or to offer edits to?
Not from me.
No.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the minutes?
Move to approve the May minutes for the special meeting.
I'll second. We have a motion, and so when we're ready, let's hear if we have public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 2, please approach the podium. If you are in the online community and you would wish to speak, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. Clarification, Ms. Mabbitt, your hand is still raised. I'm going to lower it unless you would like to speak. You are unmuted.
No, that's okay. That was a mistake. I'll lower it.
Thank you. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, let's vote.
Taking the vote on item 2, Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, when you're ready, we'll move on to number 3.
Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you'd like to speak, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community, raise your hand in the app or press star 3. Chair Schmidt, we have an individual in the room at the podium.
Okay,
3 minutes.
3 minutes, yes.
Mr. Smith, are you ready for your 3 minutes to
Yeah,
begin?
I'll be quick. This
Okay.
is what I really meant to. This item is what I stood up here for earlier. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It's been a long road. The streamlining process, how we can improve this moving forward, so we don't waste staff time. We don't waste the records requesters' time, and we just really make it very efficient for everyone. Even committee time, I can see a different process coming about where it's very smooth. Maybe it's even online and someone centrally is looking at it and they do what the committee would do. And if there's any question, they get that back to the person and they click on a button and say, everything looks great. And then that's it. it never gets to the committee, right? And it's something that we can see, everyone can see. We have the tools. We're in Silicon Valley. We're in San Francisco, the tech hub. So we can really bring some, especially under an $800 million deficit, we could really bring some focus and attention and some streamlining to this process that will help everyone involved. And I just really, again, encourage the committee to forward this up, their observations up to the task force, and so that the task force can then forward those over to the streamlining committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more for public comment?
We have someone in the online community.
All right.
Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 3?
Yes, I do.
One moment, please. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. This is at Disability Activism SF. That's spelled @ Disability Activism SF. I was trying to raise my hand that it was misspelled in the minutes, but it's not a huge deal. Just wanted to address this body about the decision that was reached from the last full task force on file number 23092. It was basically ruled that public comment is not required to be enforced and allowed at a public meeting for the Mayor's Disability Council. It's pretty unconscionable conclusion, especially when the agenda lists the Brown Act and has several points of public comment. The Brown Act, which is part of my complaint, was not even discussed, was not even deliberated by the task force members, which was really disappointing, especially when it was brought up during this meeting, the previous one of these meetings, that the Brown Act was not being considered. It's really disappointing to see this task force not upholding the democratic principles of public records access. It really makes this whole process feel like a waste of time. And as the previous comment noted, there is a lot of time commitment and a lot of lack of streamlining to this process. And we are just volunteers. I mean, I'm a volunteer trying to access just regular public meetings to speak about disability access in this city. And for this body to come to a ruling 6-2 that public comment is not even something that is required based on some obscure, completely wrong interpretation of the law and the spirit behind the law, and incorrect as well, because the MDC was appointed by Mayor Willie Brown, and I have evidence to prove that. To hear a member say that he used 311 as a method of investigation for evidence is really disappointing. And it just kind of, it really speaks to what's happening in this country right now and people's disillusionment with our political system. And we see the fallout from that all over the place. And so to see that happening, or at least what I feel would be parts of that happening here to this body is really disappointing. And it means that people are going to have to look for other means
30 seconds.
to access their democracy, because it's not being accessed here, it's not being supported here, and except for members Kumar and Wolf, who did speak up for democracy, who did speak up for public access, who did speak up in the spirit of Mayor Willie Brown's appointment of the Mayor's Disability Council, and for the fact that disabled people should be able to access their own representatives and their own council. Thanks for letting me leave public comment.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised.
Okay. General public comment is concluded. So let's move on when you're ready to number 4.
Item 4, file number 24004, complaint filed by Zach Karnazes against the Mayor's Office on Disability for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.7B, for failing to provide a description that is sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the item that he or she may have reason to attend the meeting or seek more information on that item. We have petitioner present. One moment, checking to see if we have respondent. Respondent for item 4, if you're in the room. If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have respondent.
All right. I will describe how we're going to conduct complaint
May I have a moment, please?
hearings in a moment.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Karnazes, I have lost which anonymous caller you are. I'm going to open the mic and check and see if I have found you. Hello, caller. Is this Mr. Karnazes?
It's not.
It is not. Okay, one moment, please. Hello, caller. Are you Mr. Karnazes?
Yes, speaking.
Excellent. Just a moment. I'm going to move you to a panelist. You'll be able to mute and unmute your microphone on your own.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will start each of the matters with first the petitioner and the respondent speaking to us up to 3 minutes to tell us about your case, keeping in mind that we have all had access to and we've reviewed the written materials that are in the published agenda. This committee will consider threshold issues of whether these are public records that are involved or whether public meetings are involved in the claims made. We also will possibly make recommendations and send the case for hearing before the full task force. Generally, after the 3 minutes and 3 minutes will come a questioning period where the members may ask questions of parties and or any other witnesses. And after that, we'll try to figure out what to do with the case. We'll deliberate, and that will be how we conclude. We do not make any final decisions here in committee. We may make recommendations to you. We may make recommendations to the full task force. Sometimes we will take a matter and present it to the task force. Some we will present on a consent calendar at the task force. All right. So in this case, let's start with the petitioner, Mr. Karnazes.
Mr. Confirming 3 minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Karnazes, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, yes.
Your
I'm
time
ready.
begins now.
Hi, this is Zach Carnazes with @Disability Activism SF. That is @Disability Activism SF. Can also be reached at my first initial Z, my last name KARNAZES @gmail.com. And I do give the staff here permission to relay my contact information should anyone wish to be in touch. So I mentioned before in my previous public comment, I'm rapidly losing faith in this body to enforce any kind of public records laws or democratic access to meetings. So I don't have much to say. The evidence is in the materials provided. The Mayor's Disability Council was not updating their website, was not providing information on when the next meeting was going to be happening. And this is an ongoing problem with this department. Very, very few members of the public have any concept that there is a Mayor's Disability Council. And that's part of it is just a lack of publishing and making people aware. In this particular instance, there was no way for me to find out when the meeting was online. And if a member of the public happens to have subscribed previously, they might know when a meeting is, but they didn't publish it online. So not much else to say. It sounds like this body is in the process of removing people's access to public meetings anyway. Yeah, it's really sad to see the direction the city is going. And I think I would encourage people here to, well, I don't want to give anyone advice, but this body exists so that we don't have to go through the courts and other means to exercise our rights. And so when this body begins to fail in its duties, it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. That's all I have for this comment.
Thank you.
Okay, next we can hear from the respondent.
Ms. Kaplan, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. The Office on Disability and Accessibility, speaking for our office, it would be helpful to understand when Mr. Carnazes was looking to find information about a meeting of the Mayor's Disability Council. It is our practice to publish notice of meetings on the website for the Mayor's Disability Council that is hosted by the Office on Disability and Accessibility. I included in our comments examples of agendas that we have posted on our website for the last few years. On the website, you can find a link to, you can find a notice about a particular meeting, of the date of the meeting, and if you click on a link, then you can find the agenda for that meeting. The agendas include topic, the name of the presenter, and the department and title for each presenter. It is also our, and so we're not certain what meeting Mr. Carnazes is talking about. It's also our contention that the particular section of the ordinance that is cited in the complaint doesn't technically apply to the Mayor's Disability Council. So we're not sure whether it is possible for a complaint of this nature to be valid. However, the Mayor's Disability Council does follow the practices that are required in the Sunshine Ordinance regarding posting notices of meetings and having meaningful
30
agendas.
seconds.
So that is our response.
Thank you.
Okay, members, questions of the parties? Member Stein.
Yeah, I have a few questions for each. For the petitioner, is it the Mayor's Disability Council that you believe has not adequately noticed meetings, or is it the Office on Disability and Accessibility?
I believe we have lost Mr. Carnazes. One moment, please. Mr. Carnazes, if you are in the room electronically, would you please raise your hand in the app or press *3? Mr. Carnazes, checking one more time. Are you with us in the online community? It doesn't appear Mr. Carnazes is online.
All right. If
Well, I have some questions for the respondent.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
Ask.
please. Yeah.
So how often does the Mayor's Disability Council meet?
It meets 6 times a year.
Okay. And the ODA, can you just explain what is the relationship of the ODA to the MDC?
The ODA is an office within the Department of Disability and Aging Services, and we provide staff support for the meetings of the MDC.
Okay, and does the ODA have does the ODA have meetings that are noticed in any way?
No.
Okay, and then the Mayor's Disability Council, what is the composition of that council, and who determines the composition of that council?
The mayor appoints the members who are members of the public who represent different disability constituencies and interests of the disability community.
Okay, and do you maintain a mailing list of people who ask to be noticed about MDC meetings?
Yes, we do. We have a mailing list of several hundred people.
And where are they directed to look for your posted agendas? Is it on the SF.gov site for Mayor's Disability Council?
It's
under events, or?
It's not technically an SF.gov site. It's the HSA site now. The Office on Disability and Accessibility just recently moved from the City Administrator's Office to HSA and the Department of Disability and Aging Services. And HSA doesn't use SF.gov. They have their own website. And so that's technically where the website is now.
As of when?
April 1st.
I'm looking at those sites too.
Okay, because I still see a main meeting noticed on the.
Yeah, Member Stein is on the or Vice Chair Stein is on the Mayor's Disability Council website, which I've also looked and seen a May notice. And then I also can see the Office on Disability and Accessibility, which is part of the sfhsa.org website, which I believe you're speaking about.
Right.
On the this is Member Sugarman, by the way. Is it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the Mayor's Disability Council website, the items that here's what I see. It says that there's a meeting schedule every third Friday of the month, except August and December. I see in the past calendar that there's a meeting on May 16th and another one on March 21st. These are past calendar items to look at. When I click on the full calendar, it says that there are no upcoming events, even though on the past page it said that there are meetings every third Friday, except for August and December. And the past events do look like they have been updated. I do not personally see on the website you're speaking about, the sfhsa.org, like the Office of on Disability and Accessibility, on that website, I do not see where these calendar items are. Speaking to the petitioner's concern about a layman finding it, I would consider myself one, and I cannot find it right now. And there was a website before that was, I think, part of SF.gov that got me here, that seemed to stop posting items like past agenda items in 2015. So I guess my question is, you had said in your response that you weren't sure what this petitioner was looking for, and that these items were potentially, from what I understand, were online somewhere. So my question is, where are they for just current and future agenda items if I were to go looking for them right now?
The past meetings before April 1st were found on the old website, and it's possible that the problem has been with the transition from one website to another. The web people at HSA have been working with us to transition the old site to the new one. And I checked, and I know that before the May meeting, the agenda was posted there. And that was shortly after, that was during the time that we've been transitioning the websites.
This is
Yeah, Member Stein.
Diane again, and I just want to say that I did earlier try to go to the website that that was sent, I guess, that you had sent to Mr. Carnazes as where to look at the meeting agenda, and it went to like a URL related to Avanan, but it seemed like it wanted me to log in, and I wasn't able to really look at what agendas were there.
This is all good to hear, because this means that we need to go back to the web folks at HSA and let them know that people are having problems. We've been checking and didn't see this, but I can't say why. I expect that any particular problem that was experienced within the last 2 months was because of the transition of websites. And as I said, we've been checking to make sure that what we post is there. I can't say what browser it might have been in. We just have used our own. So that may be the cause of the problem again. And so we need to know, and I will go back to the web staff that we've been dealing with. And again, we've been through the transition of the website started in March, and we've been working fairly rigorously with the web staff to make sure the transition is going as smoothly as possible. Not everything has been transitioned yet, but we were of the impression that the MDC materials had been completely transitioned.
Yeah, I mean, I just tried it again. Ooh, now I'm really not. I'm trying every which way to get in there. I just get to a portal for Avanan, and it just says log into Avanan, which I obviously have no idea how to do.
Right.
In the URL that you made available. Okay. Sorry. Oh. When I put their URL into the try something else. Just looks like it's the wrong.
I can assure you we'll be looking at this tomorrow. And it obviously is not what should be happening.
This is Member Sugarman. Obviously, this seems like a web issue that I remember from the last time this came up at Complaint Committee. But also looking at the petitioner's documents, he's been asking about this or inquiring since January of last year. And so I guess, it seems as though I mean, your responses are in earnest. You want this person to be able to have the information they want. So my question is like, what has been your interaction with them? And aside from remedying it, the issue on the website, which definitely seems like it needs to be looked at, what else have you been doing to address it with this person?
To my knowledge, we have not received a complaint from Mr. Carneses about agendas for the MDC not being available. And as I've said, until we made this transition to the HSA website, when our website was located at sf.gov, the MDC agendas were posted at least a week, sometimes 2 weeks before each meeting and available on the website.
Thank you.
I mean, I just want to say, I'm looking at on page 57 of the packet, an email from Mr. Carneses to the MOD, the MDC, and the SOTF saying that he's not able to access the meeting agendas on the website. So it's not like an official complaint to you, but it's a question of, why does this meeting agenda not, why can I not access the meeting agenda? So you never responded to that? No, you did respond to that. No, the MOD responded, but I guess the MDC did not? Or to your knowledge, did the MDC respond to his email?
The email is, what's the date of the email, please?
The date of the email is actually back January 12th, 2024.
I can tell, I usually see all of those complaints and I didn't see that one. And so I can provide you with information about how that was responded to, if it was. And if it wasn't, I will find out what happened. I didn't see it.
Okay. Is Mr. Carneses back by any chance?
Mr. Carneses, if you are online, would you please raise your hand in the app or press *3? We have a question for you. We'll give you a moment. It does not appear the petitioner is online.
Okay, let me just ask a couple of questions, not to stop anyone else from asking further. To the respondent, you mentioned a list, and I think the term was mailing list, although that's maybe it's something different. You said 100 or more people are on the list. What do you do with the people who are on the list? What is it that you use that list for? You send out mail, you send out email notifications. What is it you do at this time?
We send out, it's for email notifications. And regarding the Mayor's Disability Council, we send out a hold the date notice of each meeting 2 weeks before the meeting that gives the general topics that will be addressed. And then 1 week before each meeting, we also send out to that full list the agenda for each meeting.
Okay. Are you yourself aware if the petitioner is on the list?
I would have to double check. I'm of the impression that he is, but I
Okay.
would have to double check.
Okay. And do you recall ever receiving any kind of inquiry from the petitioner as to the time, place, or nature of any meeting that was coming up?
No, I mean, we have received other inquiries and complaints and recommendations, but not regarding timing of meetings.
Okay. Okay. And do you know of any instance where the notice or the agenda for a meeting was not successfully, I'll take back the word successfully, was not sent out to those on the email list?
I'm not aware of any time that it has not been sent out. It is just basically what we do for every meeting. It's part of the required process that the staff goes through, and more than one staff member is involved in making sure that that happens.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from me.
Guys, I have one more question for the respondent. So you said, I think that you fully switched over to the HSA sort of web platform or hosting in March of 2025?
We started the work in March of 2025. The website actually switched in April, in the beginning of April, and not everything got switched over immediately, and it's been a gradual process of migrating materials since the beginning of April. And the goal has also been to close down the old site so that it's not confusing to people. And we thought it was going smoothly. What can I say? Clearly not as smoothly as it should have.
I guess I'm wondering why on the email that's dated January 12th, 2024, it already seems to be talking about the SF.gov site being inactive and sending people to this Avanan URL. Seems like that's...
Oh, that was 2024, not 2025.
Yeah, just
Oh,
that's what it said. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here as a date. So I was just,
oh.
I wondered how long this period of switching
Well,
over.
no, we've actually lived through 2 migrations because, and I'm, as you, well, you, if you don't work for the city, you don't know, but many websites 2 years ago, within the last 2 years, that are hosted on sf.gov completely transitioned from one platform to another, and that was a complete overhaul of websites as well. And so, and then our office, because we're not on SF.gov anymore, had to transition again more recently. So the website has been through a lot.
Okay,
And every time, you know, you have a major transition like that, things happen.
Can you tell us right now where we can look at the most recent agenda of the MDC, of an MDC meeting on your current platform?
It should be on the current platform. If it's not, I have to find out why. I know it was
Not this one.
2-3 weeks ago. around the time of the May meeting, and before the May meeting it was. And so if it's not now, I don't know why. I know there continues to be work on the website.
It's just, I'm confused why the May meeting is on sf.gov, but people are potentially being directed somewhere else.
Not being the
Would
not
be
being the person doing the actual
Yeah.
web.
Okay.
I can't answer it either. And so
Well,
sorry.
I'll just say I would appreciate if this case does go forward, if you could include a copy of whatever latest email you've sent to that mailing list about where to access the meeting agendas.
Right. Yes, of course. I mean, right now, everything directed to the old website is supposed to be getting forwarded to the new one. That's the intention. Or it's directed to the new one. It should, even if you try to go to sf.gov, you should end up going to the HSA website for the Mayor's Disability Council. And again, I can assure you that tomorrow we'll be spending time on this.
I have a question. Is it the intention with regards to this council that people would need to somehow sign up for this Avanon in order to get access to such information?
No, absolutely not. No, it should just be available to the public by going to the website.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Maybe one thing is another.
Well, members, we can continue to ask questions if anything comes up, but we might as well deliberate here.
Oh, can we just ask one more time and Mr. Carnazes has reappeared?
Sure.
Mr. Carnazes, if you have rejoined us and you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Petitioner does not appear to be present.
Okay. I'm not sure if, I mean, he did appear for at least presenting the case. Seems like it would be preferable that he be here to answer questions. I don't know if we should consider that to be a no-show. It seems like it's sort of borderline. Members, do you have any thoughts on what you think we should do with this?
I kind of would like to consider it a show. I know it is
Yeah.
borderline, but
Yeah.
because this case has been in the works for a long time and I would like to resolve it one way or another. And because I think we have significant questions or concerns about how one does access the meeting agendas of the Disability Council going forward. I think we probably should send this to the full task force. And I would also like, so I guess that's what I would say. And I would also like to really request from the Mayor's Disability Council just for them to send us an email of what is the site where we can look at their meetings going forward. And that should be in the packet, preferably, if it does go to the full task force.
I'm good with that. Member Sugarman.
I'm just gonna, as a suggestion, for efficiency, to me, putting it to the full task force suggests that we want them to consider the scope of the violation, et cetera. Whereas to me, it's fairly clear that there is a violation, and in that way, it seems like it's easier to put it on consent as a violation and then send it to maybe compliance or something because it feels like the respondent has been very clear that there is some sort of technical difficulty. As far as like the show, no show, I remember this from, it feels as though just the last complaint committee hearing, and the website looked like this the last time I saw it. I went to it then too. And so I'm happy to support a motion to send it to the full task force. But to me, we could also just send it to consent and say that it's a clear violation. So that's just an option.
I would not, I don't think I would want to put it on consent myself. I would like to say that even though it seems like it was brought as a 67.7 violation, I think that if we're going to send it on, we should send it on as 67.7 or 67.4, which is the passive meetings provision, which talks about accessibility. I'm not saying that I would think that either of those is violated, but I believe that maybe it is something that I think people should be looking at with this case. And I think our questioning was also specific to both provisions.
I mean, I'll support, I don't want to be the person authoring this motion, but I will support sending it to the full board.
Okay, does anyone want to put something specific as to sending it forward? I would like to just add in that I think 67.4 is possibly implicated. That's the only thing that I would add, other than we're going to send it for consideration for the full board. I know Member Stein, I think we should have the language that you had just put out about what we want to see when it goes before the full board.
Okay, so I can make a motion that these are public meetings that are under our jurisdiction. And that we would like to send this to the full task force for consideration of whether there's been a violation of section 67.7 for failing to provide adequate descriptions on the meeting calendar, and 67.4 for as a, for passive meetings. I'm just wondering, is this a potential failure to notice meetings as well? Like, right now, we don't know where these meetings really get noticed.
I think it's a potential failure to notice meetings for the petitioner specifically. Like that's kind of the question that we don't have an answer for. Is there's a question of whether it's like an overall failure to people who are like what the petitioner is trying to speak to, but also there was no clear answer, which to me is a failure since we asked that question if they were on the list, if they were interacting with this person, and to no disrespect to the respondent who has not seemed to be the person interacting with this petitioner, but there was also no information to be able to be given about like I said, I think it's a potential failure to notice.
So 67.4 subsection 1 talks about passive meeting gatherings need to be formally noticed.
It actually says need not be.
Oh, need not, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I would leave it to all of 67.4. We could probably eliminate, we could say 67.4A, and so we don't go to B. But I think that, and I think it's primarily A1.
Okay.
But I think that since we didn't really get to question petitioner, I would leave it a little more general to 67.4A.
Okay, for potential, so 60, these are public meetings under our jurisdiction, and we want the task force to look at whether there's a violation of 67.7 or 67.4 related to failure to notice the meetings. And that we advise the mayor's disability council to send us an email with the current URL where we can view the the noticed meetings and their agendas.
May I read this back?
Yeah, no, I was waiting for that.
Action moved by Vice Chair Stein that these are public meetings under the jurisdiction of the task force and refer the matter to the full task force for consideration of a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.7 for failing to provide adequate description of the meeting calendar, or 67.4 related to a failure to provide notice of passive meetings, and request that respondent provide a link to where the meetings are located prior to the task force meeting.
Yeah, that's it.
Second.
Seconded by Member Sugarman. Public comment?
Yes, please.
Taking public comment on the motion. If you're in the room and would like to make public comment on this item, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. And this is on item 4, file 24004. We have no one in the queue.
All right, let's vote.
Taking the vote on item 4, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay. When we're ready, let's call number 10 since we moved it up. I moved it up.
Item 10, file number 25041, complaint filed by Anne Marie against Pariah D. and the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.5 for failing to hold open and public meetings, 67.10 sub B for meeting in closed session on a non-permitted topic, and Section 67.11 for failing to state the statutory authority for the closed session. We have both parties present. One moment, promoting to panelist.
Okay. Members, I believe that it's pretty clear that the respondent has stated that they're not contesting the allegations. I don't think there's any benefit to having verbal discussion by them. I think we should probably be putting this on the consent calendar for the task force. Does anyone have any other thoughts on this? I think we could probably do it pretty expeditiously here. Any objection to? I could make a motion right now. I will. Oh.
Based on the case files, I agree. I had the same proposed action.
Okay.
To the consent calendar. I did have a question. I don't know if you can answer it, though, about, if a closed session was held that shouldn't have been held, does that mean that whatever, if it was recorded, that should be made available to the public because it was improperly held as a closed session? I'm just curious. And I wonder if that's something that, if this does go forward, that the petitioner might want to try to get copies of what was said in that session.
Well, I think that we did actually have one of these with the Fire Commission where we said that they had improperly considered a matter and put it into closed session. And I think we ordered that they produce the transcript of it. Although I remember that our first action that we took was to say it was improper, but I think that what happened was the petitioner said, well, what if there's a transcript? Do I get it? And I don't know if that came up, but then we immediately got a document request for that transcript. The task force considered it. We found that the non-production was a violation. I think that we might be able to say we find that because this was an improper closed session, that the transcript should be public and be made available. I think we could say it that way. Yeah. I think that's maybe then we're not necessarily imposing a 6721 order. We're just saying it should be that it's that transcript should be brought out into the open.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, so yeah, let's I will move to place this matter on the consent calendar. And by stipulation of the parties, that the task force consider ordering that, or well, finding that respondents did violate section 67.5 or failure to hold open and public meetings, 67.10B for meeting in closed session on a non-permitted topic, and 67.11 for failing to state the statutory authority for the closed session. Due to the improper use of a closed session in which the transcript should be open to the public.
Moved by Chair Schmidt to place this item on the consent calendar. by stipulation of the parties that the task force consider finding that respondent did violate Section 67.5 for failure to hold open and public meetings, 6710B for meeting in a closed session on a non-permitted topic, and 6711 for failing to state the statutory authority for the closed session due to the improper use of a closed session in which the transcript should be open to the public. Did I get that last section right? Due to the
Yes.
improper use of a closed session in which the transcript should be open to the public.
That's how I said it.
It was a little awkward.
It was awkward,
I would
yes.
say due to the improper use of a closed session, any transcript of this session should be available to the public.
Okay.
And I would second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein.
The only concern I have is that we're not doing a hearing here because there was a stipulation. And I wonder if we, as the committee, believe that the stipulation went as far as we just stated as to what should be on consent. I'm not sure. I mean, they did say we admit there was a violation of 5. We admit there was a violation of 10. We admit there's a violation of 11. But I don't know if that means that they admit that due to those violations, the transcript should be open. I'm not quite sure. So and also it wasn't necessarily asked for that it be opened up. It may be implied, but I wonder if that's should be included just for that reason. Any thoughts?
I personally feel like it's the natural result of violating this, and I don't want departments or I don't want commissions or government bodies to think like, oh, we can just make it a closed session even if it's not legal, and then say, oh, you can't see the transcript. So for that reason, I feel like it's very closely implied that if this should have been an open session, then discussions should have been open.
Okay. Yes.
Excuse me, Chair Schmidt, I wanted to let you know that petitioner does have their hand raised.
Okay.
You want to hear?
Yeah, we can hear from petitioner, but we do have a motion that's seconded. Yes, petitioner.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I just object to not being able to have my 2 or 3 minutes. I think for any member of the public that maybe is interested in this, it is helpful to hear exactly what happened. It's not adequately, it's not effectively conveyed, I think, through just reading like the title for the agenda item, that's all. So if possible, I would like to be able to basically summarize the complaint and speak for whatever time would normally be allowed, but if not, okay. But I would like to be able to do that. And my further comment was, I already placed a public records request to the Fine Arts Museum for the audio recording of the nominating committee on May 5th, and I was told they inadvertently failed to record that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Members, I mean, we do have a process whereby the respondent can concede. And there's reasons that we do it that way. I don't know if I understand that there would be value in hearing from one or both parties, but we did establish a procedure that would expedite and create quicker meetings. So I'm not inclined to have it heard, since what the case was presented in the paperwork, so it is available. But if you members would like to hear from the parties here, that's fine with me. I'm inclined to not do it in order to stay with sort of the processes that we've tried to develop so that, we don't have meetings until 11 or 12 at night.
I mean, I think that if we have a decision we can reach, but the petitioner wants to make a statement, I mean, it just depends on, in a protocol sense, if that means by doing that you want to make it an entire session where the respondent also makes a statement and there's deliberations, et cetera. That's my question, but it sounds like the petitioner wants to make a statement, and that
we could just say, okay, each party can make a statement, and then we vote on a motion that we've already got. And, they have an opportunity to make a statement.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the reasons why we don't really need it in this case. And I believe that members of the public who are here, who want to follow, can look at the packet. But I feel like we generally have given some deference to petitioners or respondents when they've showed up to a case to make a statement if they've requested to. And so I'm fine with that too.
That's fine. The members are interested in allowing it. And so I will give each party at this time the up to 3-minute opportunity to tell us what you want to tell us. This is maybe something I haven't seen before, but with in mind that we already have a seconded motion. We haven't voted on it yet, but we do have a motion on this based on the stipulation of the parties. So at this time, first, we will hear from the petitioner when the timer's ready.
Ms. Mabott, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
It begins now.
Okay, thank you, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members and staff, for your time tonight. Complaint number 25043, for any members of the public that may be interested, concerns what appears to be knowingly held illegal closed sessions by the Fine Arts Museum Board of Trustees on May 5th, 2025 at a nominating committee meeting, and on May 21st, 2025 at a full meeting of the FAM-SF Board of Trustees. In the minutes and agendas for both meetings, the agenda items regarding the closed sessions cite Sunshine Ordinance 67.10, subsection B, that clearly contains language prohibiting the exact actions taken by the board trustees at both these meetings. A closed session to appoint the member of a public body. As FAM-SF President Jason Moment had participated in approximately a half dozen new trustee appointments, none of which had ever been held in closed session. As for Chair Emerita and former FAM-SF President Diane Wilsey, she had participated in dozens of new FAM-SF trustee appointments over the past 20 plus years, none of which were done in closed session. And the trustee, David Spencer, who was the subject of this closed session, his appointment to the FAM Board of Trustees as a former FAM-SF Board of Trustees, had also participated in appointments of FAM-SF trustees, none of which had been held in closed session. Yet all of these individuals participated in what they must have known were illegal closed sessions to discuss the appointment of an unidentified, unnamed person as the newest trustee of the FAM-SF Board of Trustees, a public body. A FAM trustee is not an employee. A FAM trustee is a member of a public body, the discussion, recommendation, or appointment of which is not a permitted topic for a closed session under section 67.10, subsection B. To just sum up, at the May 5th, 2025 meeting, Thomas Horn, newly appointed as a FAM trustee at the February meeting, as his first official act as new trustee, made the motion to hold the illegal closed session to discuss and vote to recommend to the full board the appointment of an unidentified person as the newest FAM trustee.
30 seconds.
The motion to hold the illegal closed session at the May 21st, 2025 meeting was made by Diane Wilsey, who, as Chair Emma Reddy, had no authority to make that motion or participate in a vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, now, when the timer's ready, if respondent wants to add anything.
Ms. D, do you wish to make a statement?
Hi, yes, this is Paria D from the Fine Arts Museums. I just wanted to reiterate what I submitted in our response a couple weeks ago, that we acknowledge that we've made a mistake and that this discussion shouldn't have been held in closed session, and that we're looking to fix this at our upcoming FAMSOC board meeting, which is scheduled in October, where this nomination election process for a new trustee will be held in open session to the public, and we will continue this practice moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a pending motion, and so let's go ahead and see if we have any public commenters, and then we'll vote.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 10, file 25041? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're in the online community and not a party, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Right.
Taking the vote. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, when we're ready, let's go to number 5. And then after that, we would decide if we may want to take a break.
Item number 5, file number 25021. Complaint filed by Stacy Smith against the San Francisco Public Library, San Francisco Police Department, and 911 Communications for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. We have Mr. Smith in the room. We have the library present. We have Lieutenant Ozel from the San Francisco Police Department present.
Okay, so I believe that what that means is that we'll go 3, 3, and 3, since we have two entities here. Yeah. So let's start with the petitioner, and then we'll go and hear from the library, and then the SFPD.
And one moment, may I get clarification? It appears we have another member of the library present. May I check?
Yes.
Hello, caller. Is this Ms. Schaub from the library, and would you like to be promoted to a panelist? Hello, caller. Is this Ms. Schaub from the library? Not receiving a response.
So we have someone
In the
ready
room.
from the library. Okay. We'll see who wants to speak after we hear from Stacy Smith.
Mr. Smith. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Okay. So tired.
They begin now.
So let me try to give a little context to this thing. So The initial request went in December 9th, 2024. This was about 4 days after something happened, an interaction between myself and city. And so I began on the 9th requesting records. And my understanding is that the library, number one, received the request January 20th. Now, I just recently saw some paperwork saying that it was December 20th. So there's differences in the dates. And by the way, I've been talking with Ms. Peterson, and she and I met late March and a couple of times since then. And even we talked last week. So we're in June now, talking about a December, in my view, a December 9th submittal that the library says they got in either December 20th or January 20th, whichever one they say. So a lot has happened over that time. So let me quickly run through. The library has almost all responded to almost everything that I submitted to them, or everything. Okay. The police recently responded in April. Okay, April. And 911 has been silent. Okay. So again, libraries, there's two libraries, there's Maine and Mission Bay. They've responded over time, let's say, because I just, over time, they've been responsive. Police, April 14th, with a question for clarification.
30 seconds.
Okay, with a question for clarification, not the records. And then 911, complete silence. Now, the real issue that Ms. Peterson and I were talking about late March was a January 2nd request that you probably know nothing about. All three, multiple departments were included in this one request.
Thank you. That concludes your time.
I'll allow him to go for up to 2 more minutes as a matter of my discretion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And so that request is not even, I think, in front of you, but that's something that I gave to Ms. Peterson before our March 26th meeting. So she knows about it. She and I talked about it. And the question there was whether or not it was delivered. It went through the clerk's office. Okay. There's a December 23rd request that's not in front of you that Ms. Peterson saw as well. That's probably not in front of you as well. It got delivered through the clerk's office because the mayor's office was closed, physically closed. And that's another story about why Eatman was going over there. So there's two kinds of communications. And it's two pathways and two speeds. The inter office between me and offices seeking records is moving slow, has been moving slow. Inter office between the offices only, that communication seemingly is moving quickly. So anything dealing with me as far as me interacting with the offices?
30 seconds.
Just very, very slow. I'm really interested in any questions you would have of me, because I'm pretty clear that staff has been working, library staff here in the room here. We've had a lot of interactions over the last several months. We're talking December, to June. And that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go library first. And however you want to divide up 3 minutes of time. Yeah.
Mr. Cunha, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be the only one speaking?
Yes, I believe so. I was a little confused about the person in the queue, but the only person present that will be speaking, yes.
All right.
Yep.
Your time begins now.
All right, thank you. Good evening, task force. My name is John Cooney. I'm the facilities director for San Francisco Public Library. I work collaboratively with our custodian of records, who works on our public records requests. We have received, as Mr. Smith pointed out, since December, we've received 4 public records requests from him. We've been responsive on all of them. We were late on the 4th one because there were some questions that we had to answer. We had to research and come up with some answers to. But we've been responsive to all of his requests, some of which were, pretty extensive in terms of lots of video that had to be redacted. Our technology is such that we have to basically do that frame by frame. It's very laborious. We've met with him multiple times in person, myself, my analyst who's here today, as well as our library commission and custodian of records. She's met with him, our chief of public services, our chief operating officer. I mean, it's a pretty long list. We've done everything we can to help him. He's been actually really helpful for me and helping me to clarify some of our processes. We don't really have an issue here, but I would just say for the library, I feel like we've done our due diligence and been very responsive with the requests that we've received. That's really about all I have to say, unless you have any clarifying questions.
We may have questions, but
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. So next, we'll hear from the SFPD, the police department.
Lieutenant Ozol, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone.
Your time begins now.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Jonathan Ozol of the San Francisco Police Department. Hello, members of the committee, Chair Stein, Ms. Peterson. With regard to Mr. Smith's request, I had previously submitted sort of a brief timeline of his public records request. And so just to go over it briefly, I know you all have a copy. I became aware of Mr. Smith's request for the first time on April 11th, when I was notified by the Sunshine Task Force that Mr. Smith had made a complaint that he had not received any materials. And so going back and researching, I did uncover that the mayor's office had forwarded to our department on December 19th, Mr. Smith's original records request. Upon discovery of this, I immediately put this request to the front of the queue and directed my office to respond to Mr. Smith the best way we could with how it was framed. And we did send him a letter by mail. We later was able to get an email address, so we sent that letter as well, basically just asking some clarifying questions. I did additional research for the instances on December 4th and 5th that Mr. Smith had mentioned, and as best that I could determine, there were 2 police calls for service. And looking into the matter, there was no police report or body-worn camera from those incidents. We did provide a link to the Department of Emergency Management where Mr. Smith could obtain the full CAD records, as they're the custodian of records. And so we're kind of awaiting just Mr. Smith to respond if he was able to just clarify and if that, in fact, the 2 CAD records he had received, and if there was anything else that he needed from us. So I will, that concludes the response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to just note a couple aspects of this, which is that we clearly have 2 responding parties who we've already heard from. There have been, okay, there just was a reference to the Department of Emergency Management. And I'll cover that first. It seems like the initial requests were basically addressed to the city in general. The mayor's office took those and forwarded them to 2 entities, which is the police department and the library. I know that the Department of Emergency Management has its own processes, and as far as we know, they're not involved in this complaint. In terms of the other parties that are in the file, I note that the I think it was a December 25th request was made to the district attorney. I do not know exactly what may have occurred with regards to that, but as far as I know, the district attorney is not involved in this petition. The city attorney's involvement, I believe, is simply as a facilitator and possible advisor in the matter, but they're not a party. And lastly, the sheriff, I'm not sure. I guess the SFPD is the law enforcement agency here. I saw the sheriff mentioned, but they're not a party at this point. And then I'm not quite sure about 911. They weren't on the letter that was sent by the mayor's office. So I'm not quite sure if 911 has notice of this complaint and this hearing. It's unclear to me. And so I just wanted to say that. Members, do you have any other thoughts on those other entities that are mentioned in the file?
Member Stein, I'll just say, yes, I couldn't really find somewhere in the file where it was clear to me that 911 had received any request. And so I didn't think that they should properly be a party in this case. And to me, the only 2 parties that, seem to have received or had this request forwarded were the police department and the public library.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we may have questions for any of the parties here, members.
Well, I will ask the petitioner if you want to come up.
Yeah. Thanks.
Have you received all the documents that you sought that were available from the public library?
Okay, if I could go back to 911, and then I'll quickly take up what you just asked me.
Well, I'm going to ask you about that later. So can you just
Okay,
answer
sure.
the question?
Library, from what I know, and I've been losing track, not losing track, but not paying close attention recently because it's been 7 months, right? We're talking 7 months, not 7 weeks, 7 months. And so I'm under the impression that they've mostly have been responsive to my request. And I said that when I was up here.
Okay, so then I have to ask you, have you do you believe you've received all the documents available from the police department?
But I will say this, that there's been wrangling going on.
But that's what my question.
In getting them. So it hasn't been timely.
Right.
So even though, it was a lot of coming to the library, it was going to meetings, it was checking in, it was knocking on the door and having a conversation, and we'll get that to you. And then it didn't come. And then I follow up again. And so it sounded like everything was smooth, and we've become family by this time. I got to know him over 7 months. So it's been a lot of back and forth. And then finally, the feeling I was getting at the library was I shouldn't go back to the executive office, right? That was the feeling I was getting. We don't want you back here.
Okay,
So-
let me ask you the same question in relation to the police department, where I already can see
Yeah.
that there was delay and they didn't respond to the request for months. They seem to have lost the request. But do you feel that you've received, or do you believe you've received all the documents available from the SFPD?
First of all, about the delay. The person who got on talked about they sent me a letter, but they didn't say dated when.
No, I recognize it was sent late.
Well, no. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They said they sent a letter, but I have no indication of the date of the letter they say they sent. And this was following what I think he said December 19th, they were made aware of something. So it sounded like the letter would have went out shortly thereafter. So what would have been the date? I'd like to know that. Because the date that I have, the first letter I have from police is dated April 14th, not December anything, not January anything, not February anything, not March anything. And so I want to set that as a sort of a signpost about some of the things that are being said here
Okay, that
in context. I want to.
That aside, do you believe that you've gotten, that there are records that are still outstanding from the SFPD that you should have received?
Of course, because the first letter I received from them, dated April 14th, was seeking clarification.
Right. So as of today.
So as of today.
What documents are you still waiting
So,
for?
so
from the-
as of today, I just need to get, so in other words, if we back up, Miss Peterson and I spoke at the end of March, and this same complaint so much has changed since then. It's really almost moot to be having this in front of you now. This is actually what was in front of you last month, and I didn't show up because I thought it was a moot point at that time. So part of the context is I recently had a meeting with the clerk about some communications with your staff. And then from that, there was an agreement for me to come here now. But it's the same issue from late March, which by this time in June, so much has changed.
So much has changed in what respect?
Oh, I heard from the police for the first time with a letter dated April 14th, not dated December, January, February, March, anytime, but in April.
Okay. And as of today, can you tell me what are some of the documents that you think that you're still waiting on from the police?
Well, I don't have that in front of me. Miss Peterson had it. She and I talked about it in late March. And she clearly believes that there was a delivery problem. I didn't believe that there was ever a delivery problem. And I really think the main issue
is the delay.
No, not the delay, the delivery. This has been your clerk's main or chief concern. Has these different departments, have they received my request? Did the library receive it? Did the police department receive it? Did 911 communications receive it? And my whole contention has been, yes, they did, because one of the mayor's previous administration staff sent me a letter saying that he was moving it on, forwarding it on to them. So that meant to me, now here's the fine point dealing with 911. In that letter, he says he's moving it on. Clearly, there's library communications, a request. Clearly, there is police request. But the 911, it's one element asking for CAD 911 records. That's the one thing that applied to DEM, Department of Emergency Management.
Yes.
Well, that particular request was not clear to your staff, clerk staff here. It wasn't clear to her, but police knew. See, Lieutenant Johnson just mentioned it. He said, we put a link in there for him to send it over to them. But this is April
Right, but
on a December request.
okay, and when you got this link in April, have you tried to get the CAD records from 911 or DEM?
I didn't request them.
Okay,
I did not request them, right?
okay.
So, but the differential clerk or SOTF staff saying, I don't see a request to 911, but the police did. Same request. Your staff didn't see it. Police did. Why? Because police know that when someone asks for CAD records of police, they know it's not them. They know it's 911. But do I know? A city with 34,000 employees, and with, as we've heard earlier tonight, with websites that go dead or are moved, or we have a new site and we're not a part of the, what is it called? What is it called? The main part of the portal? Something request, next request. See, they're not, if you're not a part of that, then you have to go and search for where they are. So 34,000 employees, I'm supposed to find the exact desk to put my request on. And so when police knew and received the request, whenever they said they received it, seems to me they would say, hey, it's over here. We're going to move it over here so that they can get it. But again, there's a differential in when they say they received it and when they told me they received it.
Yes,
They said it was in April.
That's clear. They said it also when they spoke, so I understand that.
Right, but I don't have a date.
Okay, you don't need a date. I just wanted to know if you had used the link when they gave it to you.
Well, okay, if we want to
And
focus.
Really, to me, this just speaks to whether 911 should be in this somehow or not, right?
Well, again, I believe that they should be, because at the very least, if the mayor's staff is saying, I'm moving this request on, and they know police, they know library, and they know CAD records, then they've moved the same request to all three. If anyone's going to know or be able to know, it's going to be the mayor's office. And once they wrote me the letter saying that they're going to send it on, I'm relying on all three getting the request. Now, that's just the December 9th request. That says nothing about the December 23rd request that's been silent, or the January 2nd request that's also been silent.
Right. Okay, that's fine. I think I understand what happened there. So those are all my questions.
So and Chair, you said some things that I took a few notes. I just think the way we're looking at this is not in full context.
It sounds to me like the police department told you that you can request those CAD records from the Department of Emergency Management, right? Okay. Do you have a reason why you maybe didn't do that?
Oh yeah. And Ms. Peterson,
Do you have a
about
reason?
it.
Do you have a reason?
Yeah, we've spoken about it. Well, first of all,
I just want to know if you have a reason.
Yes.
Okay. If you knew what the department was, is it because it was confusing in terms of like finding it. It sounds like they gave you some kind of way to connect, right?
Right. They
Okay.
said in the April 4th, by the way, let me share this other thing. So
No,
Go ahead, go ahead,
I
go
just
ahead,
want to know,
go ahead.
what is that reason that you decided not to contact Department of Emergency Management? It sounds like there is a reason, but I want to know what's the reason.
part of it is this. This 34,000 employee entity.
You objected to the idea that you should possibly contact the people who had the documents.
No. I didn't object to that.
Okay, but you came to the task force at that point, right? No.
Here's the thing. We're talking about a timeline here. I'm meeting with Ms. Peterson late March.
But you were aware at that time that the documents you wanted were with emergency management, not with Ms. Peterson, correct?
No. Because what I was getting ready to say. Ms. Peterson and I talking late March. It's not until April that I finally, wait a minute. It's April 14th that they wrote the letter. I didn't get the letter in April. I got the letter in May.
Wait.
This is an important piece because where I had a physical address that I was initially using, and there was a major delay in me getting the mail at the physical address. So much so that I started sharing with staff here. I said, stop sending the mail there. Okay, so that April 14th, I got that in May, late May.
How can we contact you now?
Well, now
Is it
I've
by
already
mail?
established since then just the email. But to get to your question about why didn't I respond, by the time I'm in May, and I'm still having the communication, we're going back and forth because that was just last month. When we're having a conversation about me going back and contacting these different departments to find out if they had it delivered, I'm now of the opinion, wait a minute, if I give it to the city and it's accepted, it should be delivered, right?
So it sounds like you, and for maybe good reason, maybe not good reason, you felt like I gave it to the city. They should figure out the agencies that your request should go to in order to get what you want. That seems like what you're saying, and I understand.
First, I was told that they would be delivered. So I had assurances from the mayor's office that it would be delivered.
Delivered to the library?
To everyone that was in the request. Now, the 911 request for that particular request, it was only one. It wasn't labeled. It only asked for the CAD record. So one would have to look at that and know where it was going, because I didn't know exactly what desk it should land on.
Okay.
But police knew, and the police described it in their April 14th letter that I got last month in May. You see what I'm saying? And so the person who said, I'll get this moving, I'll get this over to where it should be, I'm resting assured that it's going to land with 911. Now, about the two calls, that's completely wrong. I can tell you that with assurances that is more than 2 calls that went to 911.
Yeah, that's the 2 calls.
Right. He only mentioned, Lieutenant Johnson said 2 calls, but that's not true. It's several calls. And it just should be body-worn camera because an officer did show up.
When you received something from the police department, which it sounds like it was sent out in April. Maybe you got it in May sometime. Did they ask you to give clarification about anything?
Well, they did ask for clarification, and I think I mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
When they asked you for clarification, you didn't try to clarify with the police?
I didn't give them immediate clarification. I first asked them, I submitted another records request asking just to clarify some things before I got into the clarification about when they received, like they're saying now, December 19th, they were made aware. So
they needed a clarification of certain requests that you were making. Did you contact them to give them a clarification?
I contacted them to let them know prior to the clarification, I'm going to put in this request so that I can have some clarification about some key things. First of all,
but they wanted clarification.
Yeah, they wanted it, and I said, let's put that on hold for a second, and let me get these records from you about these other things so that we can then move forward so both of us can be on the same page.
Okay,
for example,
the clarification they requested.
For example, Chair, the date of the letter they sent out to me, if they shortly got word about my request on December 19th, then shortly thereafter, it should have been maybe in December sometime, that they would have sent a letter to me. Because I got the April letter in May, does that mean that they actually sent a letter in December sometime and I've never received it?
It sounds like the clarification that the police department requested from you, you put that on hold because you had certain clarifications you wanted, and it's still on hold?
Based upon the revelation.
That's all I needed to know.
Right.
That's still on hold.
But remember, the greater context is this whole complaint.
Yeah.
Much of it is moot.
I actually want,
because library has been responsive. It's moot.
So
the library has been responsive. That's moot.
You're okay with the library's response to your request?
I've gotten to know these guys over the last several months.
Okay.
Since 7 months. It's police and 911 that's been relatively quiet until recently.
Okay. And are there any, other than the emergency management and 911 documents, are there any documents that you believe, even if they're late, that you believe are outstanding that have not been given to you by the police
December
department? Other than 911 and emergency management?
Yeah, December 23rd request. That went to CAT. January 2nd, that was another consolidated where it was police, and I would say police, and if it was sheriff, it was whatever it was, all there.
But they did give you any documents they had, right?
No, they've been quiet.
Can you describe what are the actual documents that you believe exist that you haven't got?
Well, as a part of the record, when I first got in contact, when your staff person, Ms. Peterson, first got to me and we set up a meeting, she asked me, well, first, before we met, she sent me an email. She said, look, send me these records. And she gave me a time to send them in to her. I got them in a couple of days early. And in there was the December 23rd and the January 2nd, which you haven't seen. And I thought those were going to also be a part of the record. Maybe they were a part of the record last month, May 7th. But it looks like they haven't been a part of the record here. I don't know.
The other parties, I want to ask one question to the library representative. And it's a real quick question. Is it your understanding that all responsive documents have been produced?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that everything that came through official request through our next request portal those were responded to and delivered. And then there was quite a bit of additional documentation that he would just stop by the office for. And we're happy to serve, to help with that. But yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so everything that's within the scope of the requests made to that were received or forwarded that were received by the library or forwarded to the library, there weren't any documents that have been withheld.
No, sir.
Okay, that's all. That's all I've got for you right now. To the police department, I got a similar question, which is, are there any documents that it's your understanding are responsive to the claim here that you think the police department has not yet reduced?
Chair Stein, Lieutenant Ozol, from everything I can ascertain, given the timeframes and the Mission Branch Library specifically, I did an exhaustive search and that's all we have. Part of it was to clarify if that's exactly the scope of everything, that because we want to satisfy Mr. Smith's request. But as far as we're concerned, we've released all documents related to that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Members, any other questions? Okay, I think we can, go ahead.
Just to be clear, I have a question for the library. To your knowledge, when did you receive the initial request from Mr. Smith?
Yes, the copy that I brought with me here today for his initial public records request has a received date of December 20th, and we responded and closed it out by December 30th.
And how was it received?
It was received through the Next Request portal.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me make a
Okay,
comment.
No. We've heard from you. We don't have, you may get a chance before the full task force, but we have asked all the questions we have of you.
But just please.
No. Please, no. It's time for us to deliberate. Yes. Thank you for offering it, but we need to move on. We need to figure out if we're going to send this to the full task force, how we send it, et cetera, et cetera. So let's, any ideas, members?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think clearly there's a timeliness violation on the part of the San Francisco Police Department. It's kind of, the request went missing in action for 4 months. And there wasn't much of a response until there was a, case pending before the SOTF. So I think there's a violation there, which I think the police department basically has admitted to. But that's the only thing that I can find right now as a clear violation. And I'm a little bit concerned about sending it to the full task force because it's very hard to sort through. There's so many parties mentioned as potential respondents. There are so many separate public records requests, either specifically included in this or referenced in this, but not included, that make it a very tough file to get a handle on. And so far, because I only see that the main violation is the timeliness violation on the part of the SFPD, I almost wonder if we should put it to the consent calendar and request that they find that violation. But I could also potentially be convinced that it could go before the full task force, but I would really want to try to disentangle all of these different requests and maybe have it broken out into separate, or maybe have the original request put in here and just somehow put it through a mode of organization where it's clear that it's really the SFPL and the SFPD against which the complaint was made, have the original request clearly kind of there and labeled along with potential follow-up requests where appropriate, and kind of try to really parse out what was the response of each body to each of these requests, or maybe even break it out into separate files, because it's just very hard to parse in its current state. And I've looked at it twice now pretty carefully, and I'm usually good at sifting through information, but I feel like a lot of things became more clear in this hearing. But I think at the full task force level, it might be very confusing to try to bring all that out without a tighter file.
I'm on a similar page for the parts that I have been able to track with what's been in this case. From what I can hear from the petitioner, and from what Vice Chair Stein has suggested, my recommendation is also to consent for timeliness, in the sense that that seems to be a big part of the issue. Like, it's not necessarily production, but the system itself and the problem within it. And so that would resolve that. As far as the rest of it, I would maybe find the timeliness violation and then just invite the petitioner to resubmit in these smaller ways, as opposed to trying to disentangle the issue entirely. Because otherwise you are kind of opening that back up for a complex issue.
One, I think that the timeliness and the consent calendar seems right. And so I'm on board with that. I think that the way that things work, whether it's the best system in the world or not, I think that the petitioner here, Stacy Smith, made the decision not to contact emergency management. And I still don't quite understand that, because it seems to me that those are the only remaining documents that are outstanding. Now, I do have a personal opinion, which is somewhat, I guess I've always had this in the back of my head, is it seems like there is a conflict that arises when somebody submits a request to somebody in the city. What does that person do if they don't have records? And in this instance, it was a good example. The mayor's office took the requests and made a determination that there were two agencies that should get those requests, but did not add on 911. And that's all good. And then later, the police department, it was delayed, but the police department said, go to emergency management, but they didn't necessarily send it over to emergency management to respond to. Now, what is it, as a general matter, what should we expect from people in the city who get a request and they obviously know that it's got to be sent, bucked over somewhere else? And I don't know if the mayor's office necessarily should be expected to know where it should go. So it's kind of gray to me. What is it that a member of the public who I think that Mr. Smith's got a great point, which is that how's he supposed to know all the different subparts of the city who are holding all the documents that he wants? That's a really, really good point. I think that we as a task force, we've always sort of worked on the basis that, well, when somebody from the public comes, we tell them the different places they need to go to get the different documents. And we assume that that's what's okay. I think we assume that, but I do want to point out that we do assume that that's somehow the extent of what's required of the city. Now, I think I wanted to raise that because it's always been something in the back of my mind is, there's going to be complex requests. Does someone have to be a scholar of local government in order to actually find the subparts of the city where all documents with respect to an incident are held? Now, I think that I want to say that I think that Mr. Smith should respond to the police department's request for clarification. He chose not to. He would benefit greatly if he really wants to get documents and he was told emergency management. I think under our current system, he'd benefit and he would probably get those documents that he wants. And so I think he should, but that agency was not brought into this case at this time. So we can't really do anything about those documents at this time. I just gave a pretty long speech and I'm done with my speech.
It was a good one.
Thank you. I am fine with the consent idea on the timeliness violation with the police, which they acknowledge. I get it. And I will say the police seem to be up in their game with regards to Sunshine. And I notice it. And, we're going to keep watching over you, but it seems like we're seeing some better involvement here. So I think we should go to consent. I just don't know. I don't see any violations by the library. I do think that we should clearly say, consent is that no violations by the library should be included in that. I don't know if there's anything that I do agree that the file is such a, it's such a labyrinth that we sent it to the task force and we're going to be sitting here for 3 days talking through all the things that people's minds come up with. And so I don't know if either we separate it out or we send it to the task force, say consent, timeliness violation by the police, no violation by the library, done. And we recommend, since Mr. Smith is here, that he follow up, since he wants some of these documents. And I know he's not happy with time, et cetera, but we don't have the documents in the task force. I think he has been told where to find those documents and he can make more requests. Unfortunately, I think that's on him at this point if he wants to get those documents. And so I'll just make the motion. We put this on the next available consent calendar. We want to find that there is a timeliness violation under section 67.21 by the police department for not responding to the December requests until April of 2025. Also, that we find that there was no violation by the library, and those are the only parties before us on this matter at this time.
Can I ask if it might be useful to add to this recommendation that all responsive documents from the SFPL and SFPD seem to have been provided, though not in a timely fashion? And because, well, from I guess that's from SFPD, seem to have been provided, though not in a timely fashion. And that because documents have not been directly requested from DEM or 911, we can find no violation against DEM at this time. And that we recommend that the petitioner follow up with the SFPD by clarifying his requests and follow up directly with the DEM 911 for CAD documents.
Is there a way to make that more concise for consent, though?
I don't know. I just feel like it's information they need, but I mean, maybe we can just provide it separately, but.
Well, for me, this is my inartful, concise version is you find for timeliness violation for SFPD and none for the SF Public Library, and none for 911. Like that's I mean, you could leave it there. I mean, I agree that there should be an explanation, but because you can't find the request, then you can't find a violation for them. So that's like the concise way of putting it.
Okay, that's, you want it.
I don't have to make it still.
He's made it, so he's.
Okay.
Can I read this back?
You've already got, you've already written down the first parts, which were about the police and the library. Right? From me, you got that.
Yes, that's a finding of no violation by the San Francisco Public Library and a finding that the San Francisco Police Department violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request submitted in December and responded to in April.
And no violation by 911.
And I believe I also heard no violation by 911 communications or DEM. Did I hear that correctly?
I just said or DEM, just either one. I think it says 911 communications in the agenda today.
Just
911/DEM.
Yeah.
911/DEM.
Okay, so I think we've got that ironed out.
Okay, and further recommends that petitioner follow up with the police department and DEM.
Well, it's just hard for consent.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's and so it'll go, as we already noted in there, it's going to go to the full task force for consent hearing. Yes, it's already in there.
Yes.
In there.
And was there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Sugarman. Public comment?
Public comment.
Taking public comment on the motion in item 5, file number 25021. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3.
My only comment here, I will.
Chair Schmidt?
Well, actually, public comment is for people who aren't parties to the matter.
Okay.
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 Thank you for offering it.
We
I
have,
wanted this to be,
Chair Schmidt?
this was going to be not focused specifically on what you guys have been talking about.
It's
more of a general comment.
I'm sorry, we've spent a lot of time on the case, and I know
This is not about
you've got a
this.
sense. I need to move forward. So thank you for offering, but no.
Well, the reason I asked
No,
because it didn't specify
We've got
for
some-
anyone other than
Yeah.
the party. It didn't specify that. It just says public comment.
That's under the rules.
It
Yeah.
comes under the motion though, and so it can only be public comment on this motion, and it can only come from members of the public who are not
Yes.
privy to the case.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It didn't specify that last part.
It's a procedural rule that we have. That's what I'm following. Yes. Thank you. Was there anyone online?
We have no one wishing to make public comment.
Okay, let's vote.
Taking the vote on item 5, file number 25021, Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, thank you to the parties on that matter. That one's concluded. And we would the members like a break? We should probably take a break at this hour. Yes, and more importantly, the hardest worker in the room.
We are going into recess at 8:03 p.m. Microphones are off. The microphones are on. The meeting has resumed at 8:16 p.m.
Okay, next item.
Next item is item 6, file number 25031. Complaint filed by Ben Lynch against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Mr. Lynch, if you are present in the online community, kindly raise your hand in the app or press *3 so that we know you're present for the meeting. We have no hands raised. Mr. Lynch is not in the room. We received advance notice that the representative from Capital Planning, or from
Different
the
case.
MTA,
Yeah.
from the MTA. We did not receive advance notice. MTA is not present.
So nobody's present for this one.
Correct.
All right. It's, well,
Should we move it to the end, to after the last case, in case they show up again?
sure.
Or move
Yeah.
it to after number 8?
Since nobody's here, we might as well.
Why don't we move it to after, sorry, I want to change and say, let's move it to after number 8, in case they've gone off and plan to come back. And then if they're not here still after number 8, then we can close it or whatever.
Yeah, and I think we would close it. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, we're gonna, let's just say that's an agenda change, and I will just do what you just said.
So moving it to after number 8.
So we can go to
Since
the
number 7 is continued anyway.
Rodriguez versus the mayor's office case.
Item number 8, file number 25034. Complaint filed by Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez against the office of the mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. We have both parties present. One moment, please, promoting them to panelist. Oh, just a moment, please. I have 2 hands raised. Let me confirm whether or not they are for the previous item. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, caller. You're identified as David. Are you here for one of the matters on the agenda?
That's correct. I'm here from the SFMTA for item number 6.
Okay. SFMTA is here. Okay.
I apologize. Moving you to panelist. Just checking in. Oh, thank you. Mr. Darmali has lowered his hand. Checking with Janine Young. Ms. Young, are you here for item 6?
Yes, I am.
My apologies. Moving you to panelist.
Thank you.
Wait, isn't it Ms. Lynch for number 6?
Is that for the office of the mayor?
Ms. Young, are you here for, which party are you here for?
Yes,
item
so
6?
I am from the SFMTA with David, and we're here for item number 6.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm lowering your hand and moving you to
Thank you.
panelist.
Okay, actually, I'm just going to clarify that we've moved number 6 until after this next case, just to make sure Mr. Lynch is not having technical difficulties, et cetera, et cetera. And at that point, if Mr. Lynch is not here, we'll figure out something to do. We'll resolve it. So at this time, we're on number 8, and let's you called number 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, let's start with when the timer's ready. let's start with the petitioner.
David and Ms. Young, you have been returned to attendee status. Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Darmali, promoting you to panelist position, you'll be able to lower and raise your hand, or you can unmute your own microphone. One moment, please. Mr. Rodriguez, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yeah.
Your time begins now.
Appreciate it. Thank you to task force members for hearing this. In April, I made a request of the mayor's office, immediate disclosure request for all of the emails in reply to an email sent by the mayor's budget director, Sophia Kittler. She sent an email to department heads and fiscal staff saying, hey, send me your grant implemented programming and any performance information. And I knew that all the departments were going to be replying to that email. So I asked for an immediate disclosure request after some time had gone by in order to get those replies, which I believed under 67.25A was, a simple and easily identifiable request. Mayor's office asked for an extension, did not fulfill the immediate disclosure request, did not believe it to be simple and easily identifiable. And frankly, I disagree, because when I see it, when I got it back, and you all have seen these emails, they're replies. They are replies to this email, which, there may be numerous of them, but they are easily identifiable as a reply to that email. Now, later, the mayor's office decided that they fulfilled the request and did not send me the spreadsheet attachments eventually, and they said that they considered the request closed. That was an error, I believe, because they did not send the attachments I requested. So I requested those attachments, told them they were wrong. They eventually sent the attachments, but I just am aghast that they would believe that this is not simple and easily identifiable, because it was a simple reply. And, this is outside the scope of the code and perhaps outside your scope as task force members. But as a journalist, I have to deal with the mayor's office and have for 12 years dealt with different mayors' offices who want to slow walk records requests because they can. And when something is immediately identifiable, I would like them to send it within the immediate disclosure request requirement. And even though I have received these records, it is in my professional interest and the interest of the public that the mayor's office fulfill the immediate disclosure request requirement. So even though I did get them eventually, I would like you to still look this over and hopefully reinforce the immediate disclosure request requirement for the sake of the public and for the sake of anyone else making these requests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next from the respondent.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Hello, Mr. Donnelly. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
Thank you to the committee members and the committee staff for your time this evening. I very much appreciate it. Yes, the mayor's office received the immediate disclosure request, but we were not able to complete it as an IDR because it was overly burdensome, and we're a new administration and we're making our systems and making fine-tuning what we're doing to make sure we're in complete compliance. And sometimes that takes a little bit longer as to why we weren't able to complete the immediate disclosure request as it was, but we completed the request and produced all documents as soon as we could, and the request is now closed. And thank you all so much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any questions for the parties? I'll ask the petitioner, Mr. Rodriguez. Is it fair to say that they've now produced what you asked for?
Absolutely, yes. They have produced what I've
Okay.
asked.
Nothing outstanding. Got it. Got it.
No, but this isn't. May I add something?
Yeah. I'll let you.
I'll be very brief, and that is that this isn't the first time I've had an IDR by even this mayor's office. Had an extension or had them say they don't have records towards my request, whereas other departments have. There's a request where I requested the DA's office in an IDR, and they produced an email right away based on a rolling basis, like I requested. And then sent me the rest of them later when they needed to send them later. The mayor's office slow walked that request too and sent it to me weeks later, or at least a week later. So I know in at least one other instance, and I can produce those records if you like, the DA's office produced an IDR immediately of the same records that the
Same
mayor's
records
office failed to.
as this quantity of records?
Not this quantity of records, but even a smaller quantity of records. They said they needed an extension for. It was a simple email, one simple email chain between like 2 or 3 parties. Essentially, DA Jenkins going, "Hey, Sophia Kittler, our budget is threatened in XYZ ways." IDR for both of them. DA provided it. Mayor's office said that extension.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the members?
This is Member Stein. I will just ask Mr. Denali, you said this request was overly burdensome. Can you elaborate on why it's burdensome to provide an email chain of records?
Yes. So I'll say from the beginning, it wasn't clear from at first look that this was one email chain of records. So I think like now with foresight, we're able to say like and identify where those records were, but that took time on our end to determine who owns these records in our office, where these records can be found. And that's the part where it was a bit burdensome. And with our budget team in the middle of budget season, when this request came in, it was just it was burdensome to them, to our team at that time. And also we're just a new administration trying to do the best job and complete the ordinance to the fullest extent. So it takes us a little bit more time, even though we do our due diligence to stay on timeline and honor requests as fast as they come in.
The documents that were produced, it looks like on June 5, is that the question of the respondent, is that sort of the spreadsheets that completed the production? That's a question to the respondent.
Could you say that one more time, please?
The document, I have a date of June 5. Is that when the attachments that were requested were produced to close up and conclude the production here?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Did anything get produced to Mr. Rodriguez before June 5? In your records, can you tell me?
Yes, the emails were produced, and we said the request was closed, but then the requester came back and said, "Hey, I do not believe this request has been fulfilled because not all the documents are here." So then our office took another look and produced the documents that were overlooked originally.
Okay. To the petitioner, the question would be, the initial emails that respondent has described were produced. Do you know how long it took them to get those initial emails over to you?
Let's see. The reply. Sorry, I don't know off the bat, but it was not within an IDR's response time. It was. I can look. I have it in my email right here. Because I send it to your to Patricia on real quick. They asked for an extension to May 8th.
So
We
it's
now
after-
May 8th. May
After
8th.
May
Yes.
8th. Okay.
It was
Okay.
on May. Yeah. So I sent the request on April 28th
Yeah.
for an email chain that was, first generated on April 17th. I gave it some time because, I knew that initial email was sent on April 17th. I said to myself, all right, give it a little time, get all the replies in, and I'll ask for that email chain. And I asked for all those replies to that initial email.
So it took-
And
yeah.
I take issue with the idea that, with all respect, mayor's office, I know they got to field a lot of requests. It's very complex. I have sympathy, but at the same time, the idea that they needed to figure out who the source of the documents was, I take issue with, because my request says on April 17, Sophia Kittler sent an email to department heads and department fiscal staff to send the following, and blah 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 blah, and I'd like all those communications. So it starts with Sophia Kittler, and then you look for the replies. That's where they are. You don't need to search. You don't need to figure it out. Her name is there in the request.
Thank you. Okay. Members, any more questions, or should we do our deliberation on this? This seems pretty much, yeah, cut and dry.
This is Member Sugarman, and part of my deliberation, less so a question. For me, the argument does seem straightforward, and understandable from the petitioner's end. The part that I'm struggling a little bit with is it does say something to the effect of this, please provide this simple, like these are easily, it says, I believe these are easily identifiable and findable emails justifying immediate disclosure. And then the rest of it says, please provide exact copies of records, search your agency, its employees, and where contracts give your agency interest in or rights of access to their records, its contractors as well. Be certain to perform an IT server search, a recycle bin, trash, deleted item search, an archive backup search, produce electronic records in their original electronic format, produce all electronic metadata associated with each responsive record, et cetera, et cetera. It says all of this. It does say beneath all of that, not in a polite way, but it does say, it doesn't say you can provide rolling responses. It says you must provide rolling responses, but that is in there. So it says it's allowing for, well, if there's this request and it is potentially layered, that you can provide them in a rolling way, essentially. So for me, I can, how do I put this? I can easily see how many city agencies could, just as a cynical person, could delay releasing records. I can see how that's possible. And in that way, I'm inclined to agree that sending an email chain under IDR is something that's easily doable. However, I do think that there's just more in this email than that is just my note. I don't really know where to go with that. I just want to point that out for discussion.
May I address that?
It's up to you.
Sure.
I appreciate that. I've been doing this for some years now as a journalist, and in my experience, when someone has an issue with that language, or has the idea that, okay, well, hey, we want to help you get your records. It's a communication, right? Records are communication. I'm not trying to, be aggressive on the mayor's office necessarily. I want the records. They want to help me get the records. I appreciate that they do that. And in my experience, if they have a problem with that language, they usually call and ask, and then I point out exactly what you did, which is they're a rolling basis. The more detailed stuff I put in there for thoroughness' sake, but the real nut is getting the records quickly on a rolling basis. And if there's any confusion, they can always call.
So, generally speaking, as also a longtime journalist, and I can just say someone who can be argumentative and litigious, I don't tend to invoke this sort of language in a request unless it's with someone who's already being uncooperative with me.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think you're very right.
And so I guess that's my follow-up question, which is, you know, I know that you had mentioned it in your initial statement, but what has been your experience with this office?
Sure. My experience with this office was one of the very first requests I asked for was all text messages between Daniel Lurie and constituents. And my experience from previous administrations, and I appreciate your journalistic experience, so you'll probably know how frustrating this is. In previous administrations, I have had them delete text messages in front of my face and tell me this is why you'll never get text messages. So when we got a new administration, I was like, oh, new administration, new spirit, new day. I'm really excited to see how it goes. So I make a record request for all of Lurie's text messages with constituents, because multiple constituents showed me their phones and said, hey, look how cool this is. The mayor's answering my texts and saying, hey, text me and I'll help you with your issues in the city. And I was like, I'll do a fun story on all the, issues that Lurie helped people with in the first 5 days in office. So I requested those texts, got 0 zip of them back, which is crazy to me because I saw them with my own eyeballs from other people on the other end. So to say that they don't exist and that he didn't have responsive records, to me, was an immediate red flag from the mayor's office, saying that they're not going to produce records that I know with my own eyeballs exist. So when you say that we use this language when we escalate, I think you're right. That's true, and I think I knew immediately that that was what I was dealing with.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Are we in deliberation?
Yeah, we're in deliberation, but I'll just mention, yeah, we had a case involving the prior mayor and we saw pretty much the same thing. And it is, it's, let's say, highly questionable, and it probably is highly important, this idea of deletions that are apparently happening instantaneously. Yeah. And yeah, in fact, we as a task force, that matter was sent over to the Ethics Commission, which is something we don't do every day. We only do a few of those every year. And I haven't heard back. We haven't heard back. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with that, but I'm guessing maybe because it's a mayor that's no longer in office, they may kick it for that reason. But it is a practice that is, it's hard to comprehend that they do that.
I agree. I will say, to give and thank you for that, because it worries me as a journalist in a big way in terms of access and in terms of the public's right to know. I will add, though, to give Lurie his credit where due. After that, and after this, after my complaint, sometime after all of that, he did impart that he would change his stance on text messages, and after some deliberation, they would disclose text messages. I've yet to test that to its limits, but so far I seem to be getting some. So that's good.
Well, that would be a huge amount of information that would suddenly not be immediately deleted, and it would be a big change. It's kind of a arcane area of law, the idea of how long do you have to retain things like that. But it's something that we're sort of like, really, it's come up with us recently, and it could come up again soon. Yes, Member Stein.
Yeah, but to kind of get back to what I think is like the core of this case, I actually have, I can understand how both parties looked at this. And I think it also speaks to kind of the ambiguity of the way the immediate disclosure kind of rules are written in the Sunshine Ordinance. And we've talked a lot about how unclear they can be. And I had the same experience as Member Sugarman, where I look at it on the first, sentence or two, it looks like a very straightforward request. And then when you get into, I want you to check this, and this, it suddenly doesn't look like a very simple and straightforward request. And I feel like it really just speaks to this question of, what do we think IDRs are for? And I know there are some members of the task force who would say, well, they should have looked at that IDR. They should have given all the stuff that was easy to give immediately, within one day. And then they could have followed over time with all of this other stuff that they were supposed to be checking. And then there are other members of the task force who would say, this doesn't seem simple, right? This doesn't seem like just a simple, easy to respond to thing if they are going to have to go and check on all these other things. So I think it kind of speaks to the ambiguity of IDRs. And for that reason, I feel like it's going to need to go before the full task force to consider whether it should have been treated as a regular request or as an IDR. But I also think it is an important case for us to look at if we're thinking about trying to revise how IDRs are written, because it really seems to kind of be in this gray area. I mean, I think if I were a journalist, maybe at this point, I would say, please give me all the easy to, respond to things within one day, maybe this immediate chain, and then please, check up on this other stuff later. But it was kind of all asked for at once. And so I understand why the mayor's office could be thinking like, oh, this is not simple. So I think we should send it to the full task force to consider whether this is a public records request that should be treated as a regular request or as an IDR. I don't think it's a matter for a consent calendar. And that's kind of how I'm looking at it right now.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do I need to be present for the full task force to be able to consider this more thoroughly? I only ask because I'm an expectant father and my wife could go into labor at literally any moment now.
Well, it wouldn't, let's see, it would come up, I guess, maybe in early July. And you may be not expectant anymore by then, which you'll be even probably less available.
But you could also say that you're not available in early July if you can't
later.
And then we would calendar it later.
Yeah.
But you would have to be present. The current rules state the petitioner needs to be present.
Yeah, we could certainly move you back in time.
Could I make that decision a little closer to the date? I honestly, first time father, so I have no idea how punchy I'll be by July, or if I'll be. I could pry myself away a bit.
Right.
I'm still punchy, and it's been 29 years. It's the first one.
And commissioners, I appreciate your deliberation over the different language in there. I think that makes total sense, and going before the full task force to me makes, from the way you guys argue, it makes total sense. And thank you for considering my point of view and in the idea of, yes, we would. I thought it was clear that the easier stuff would come sooner, but I can see the argument that it would need to be settled. In fact, I would appreciate the full task force offering that clarity, because then that would help petitioners like myself moving forward and make it all clear for everyone.
Thank you. And I think that, remember, we'll turn it into one of our motions, but I think I'm in agreement with Member Stein that there may be 50-50 as to some people might think, yeah, that's an IDR. Some people might think, no, that's more than an IDR. But we'll put it before the whole task force.
And am I right in the idea that this is not necessarily about punishing the mayor's office? This is more about setting a precedent for clarifying the rules to make this easier going forward. Is that a fair way to look at this?
Yeah. I mean, they've got a sort of they sort of have a fresh slate, and they're going to try, and let's hope that they do what they're supposed to do with regards to these issues, records issues. Yeah. And so let's give them a chance. But it's not, complying with this stuff is a lot of work. And so, different agencies do different good or bad job. But let's see how seriously they take all this stuff.
They've shown interest in at least understanding the Sunshine Law and our procedures. We've now have a liaison from the mayor's office for in the first time for I'm not sure how many years now, right?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
So can I move to send this to the full task force to consider whether this public records request should be treated as a regular request or as an IDR?
And whether a violation occurred. No?
Yeah, and whether a violation occurred.
Okay. I'll second that.
Well, thank you all, and thank you, Mayor's Office, and thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Public comment?
Yes, please.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 8, file number 25034? Please approach the podium if you're in the room. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one wishing to make public comment.
All right, let's have our vote.
Taking the vote on item 8, file 25034, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes. Item 6.
So when you're ready, let's just confirm whether or not Mr. Lynch has arrived.
Mr. Lynch, regarding item number 6, file 25031, if you are in the room or in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no response.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we table this matter. Is that the right thing to do, tabling? Or is it that we dismiss it when they don't show up and they have to come back at the task force if they want to take another shot at it? Is that tabling?
It's the latter.
Or dismissing?
Closed per 7B.
Closed. Thank you. That's my motion to close the file.
I'll second that.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to close the file per item, complaint procedure, section 7B. Public comment?
Yes.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 6? File number 25031. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no public comment.
So we're ready for a vote.
Taking the vote. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes. Item 9.
Item 9,
Item 9, file number 25039, complaint filed by Eric Roussel versus Capital Planning Committee, San Francisco Planning Department, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, so we will hear first up to 3 minutes from the petitioner.
We rushed so much to be on time, but
Okay. Mr. Roussel, are you, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. How did you pronounce it? Say it again.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was
Eric-
pronouncing your name correctly. Let me know when you're ready for your 3 minutes to begin.
Okay.
I am moving,
Good
Young.
evening, Chair and members of the task force. My complaint is about the planning department's violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. For 3 years, a single individual, my direct neighbor, Ari Kushner, has waged a campaign against my property at 874 Fair Street, initiating over 20 separate enforcement actions and record requests on not just 874 Fair Street, where we are neighbors, but also on 2 other properties I have, 1.5 and 1.7 miles away. The evidence I have obtained shows the department has actively assisted him in this personal dispute. The department is now illegally withholding the public records that would expose the full extent of this bias enforcement, the staff misconduct involved, and the city resources wasted in service of a personal vendetta. This is not a clerical error, this is a cover-up, and it is why I need your help. The planning department failed to produce the following records. 1, records justifying contradictory enforcement actions. The department has taken punitive actions and then failed to produce any records justifying them. For example, they issued a notice of violation on December 2nd for failing to comply, only to issue a letter of completeness 4 days later on December 6th. They have produced no email or memos to explain the contradiction. Second, internal communication proven to exist by the department on late production of the Audrey email attachment a month and a half late. That email explicitly references other emails she had already sent regarding how slimy she thinks I am. Those emails, which are proven to exist, have still not been produced. My neighbor, Ari Kushner, through a PPR, found that email and emailed her 7 months later via assisting my code enforcement inspector, Roger Baeza. I need record explaining willful interference by Inspector Baeza. On May 1st, he contacted DBI to block my permit waiver. This was done just 1 day after his colleague at planning said that I don't need architect plans and don't need to be blocked for
30
that.
seconds.
So it's in direct contradiction to this. Demolition per memo. After Mr. Kushner filed another false complaint on my property, DBI came, determined that there was no violation, no work done with the permit. Rogelio, my inspector, code enforcement inspector, was there by chance for my UDO.
That concludes your time. Thank you.
I'll grant him 1 more minute.
1 minute.
And Rogelio and planning staff, Elizabeth, Gordon, and Katie, you were on site to see that on January 14th, there was no illegal work being done, as Mr. Kushner reported. DBI came for a site inspection and determined no violation. code enforcement, Mr. Beza was supposed to help me close that too. However, he escalated the case and started a new investigation with a site visit from PLN and planning and DBI together,
20
leading
seconds.
to a letter of suspension to close the case with no violation 4 months later. And there's a lot more I could say about all these discrepancies of how it doesn't make any sense that I am being subject to this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we may have questions. Let's see if anyone's here for the Capital Planning Committee or DBI or planning.
We have no one present. I believe we received advance notice.
Yes. Yeah, we did receive advance notice that Jonas Ionin was not going to make it. Okay, so we don't have a representative here today of the respondent. We did get advance notice of that. What was it, about 7 days ago, maybe?
We received, yes, advance.
And so at this point, we may have questions, and we only have one person who we'd ask the questions to.
I'd be happy to answer your questions. I have packages of all the evidence is.
I have a question. I wasn't aware that is it Ari Kushner was a neighbor. Does this person live in a building adjacent to yours?
Yeah, I own a property at 874 First Street. In the backyard, I have an old carriage house on the property line with Mr. Kushner's big apartment building.
Okay.
And he's trying to prevent me from rebuilding this carriage house, remodeling, by filing complaints after complaints everywhere. So because if I have a complaint, NOV, I cannot proceed with a permit until the NOV is cleared. And he's been filing this nonstop.
So it sounds to me like Mr. Kushner is also doing the same thing with regards to other properties around the city.
Is he?
Is that correct?
I know he filed complaints 2 houses down from me on First Street.
No, I don't know that. Maybe I misinterpreted from the file.
But yeah, it's not just that. He was in contact with planning for like 3 years behind my back. I have no idea. He was lobbying to revoke my permit, revoke the legalization of my carriage house. I wasn't told. He was disparaging me all the time. Oh, Eric Michel, this bad landlord, blah, blah, blah. Well, I just discovered that just last October.
Thank you. Yes.
File that you have 4 properties?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all his properties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes.
If you're done. I don't know if you were done. I think the respondent said in their in the packet that all documents have been provided. Is it your understanding? Do you feel that all documents that you've requested have been provided to you?
Do I what?
Have all the documents that you requested been provided to you as far as you know?
No, Jonas says he provided everything. No, he admits that part of the ZAD documents has not been provided. He just found it. But no, I completely.
No, which documents do you believe have not been provided?
Well, for example, Audrey Merlon is a planning staff. She wrote this email February 28th saying that I am a Islamic guy and she's giving Rogelio, my code enforcement guy, and Kelly is a supervisor. That heads up. Morning, Kelly and Rogelio. The ED discovery email about 1344 Clayton triggered my memory from back when I was at STR because it was pretty egregious STR group housing case by a guy named Eric Roussel. He also is the owner operator of 905 Ashbury and he's from First Street, blah, 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 blah. This guy is pretty slimy. I actually had to file a complaint with Tom after Chris and my site visit because he tried to intimidate us with lewd photos. It was the whole thing. Anyway, I wanted to give you a heads up. He's a larger operator. The conditions of his properties last time was pretty bad, especially at Ashbury. I googled him on his LinkedIn and his Airbnb profile. That helps. If you shoot the link. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I think the question was not about documents that you did receive, but documents that you have not received.
What documents have you not received?
Here she goes. The second email, you'll see, she says, it was 3 hours later, happy to help where I can. So obviously she's responding to somebody who responded to her. And then she pursues like, he previously had a very nice voice of, I believe, the carriage house, which some of the emails I sent Rogelio. So she sent emails to Rogelio, my code enforcement inspector. She was responding to a response to the first email, and then she said she sent email about my carriage house project that Kushner Extractions got me from.
But didn't you just request emails that had to do with Kushner?
I requested all.
Like, could that email have not had to do with Kushner?
On Audrey talking about me and
That's, I don't know if I saw that request. The only request I saw dealt with.
First one I sent April 16th. I even sent a copy of that email because I only got it because by chance I found the PRR that Mr. Kushner I requested. He was completely listening PR all the time. I might have still like section. But this is missing all these emails. What planning staff has gotten this? Mr. Kushner actually, 7 months later, made a PDF of Audrey's email. He attached that to his own email and sent that to Mr. Beza and Kenny Wong and who else I don't know. And where has this traveled? I don't have no idea, but planning has refused to disclose anything, saying we give you everything, but it's not. She's obviously responding to somebody, to no production. She said herself she sent email about my carriage house to Rogelio for production. So it denies this. Something is missing. That's for sure, right? But that's not all. I requested. They initiated a suspension letter on my carriage house because the suspension letter says that I am de facto demo, but they use my obsolete discarded revision permits from before when I had a basement in the plant. So they gave me a letter of suspension on discarded permits revision, not the current one. And I got the PPR, the PR that Mr. Kushner requested, he all the time. And in his PRR, there was an internal memo from planning that stated itself that I am not a de facto demo case. So the own internal paperwork says no de facto demo, yet they still issued me a de facto, a letter of suspension for being de facto demo. And this is crazy. Not only we use discarded permits revision, not the current one, but their own demo says I'm not demo. But this is.
It sounds like there's several documents that you think are still out there that you have not received.
From the Kushner CRR, but when I got asked for mine, when I asked for documents on that case, I didn't get the demo, I didn't get the other details.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Member Stein.
They definitely by us, Penny. They emailed back on Sunday at night. It's like And the Sunshine Ordinance says everybody should get exactly the same access to the information. So I requested planning to, if you're gonna respond to him directly, at least CC me the same day what you emailed him, or ask him to do a PRR.
We may have some more different questions. Thank you. Thank you. Members, any other questions? No? Okay. I think that I'm done, and I do think if we go into deliberations that this might be a case that we just send on. That's just maybe, I'm not sure how much we really need to untangle here. It's possibly one that we have the full task force here on a 21 violation, but if anyone else sees something different, that's, I'm open. No, I need to, we're just talking about what we may do because we don't make any final decisions. We just decide if we're going to send it to the full task force. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and so I don't think we have any further questions for you. We're just deciding what to do.
I couldn't find the advance notice you were talking about from planning department. So my question is, what was the notice? Just that they aren't coming to this meeting, or that they're basically not going to?
Jen Ionin sent a note saying he's not available to come to this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm only asking because you're talking about advancing it to the full task force. So I was wondering if it was one of those instances where they were not going to participate or something.
Because they wrote a response letter.
Okay.
But then they said, and they told us well in advance that they couldn't make this particular meeting.
Yeah, I got a note here that apparently even in the planning or in the department's response on June 10, they said there is like still a category of documents that they're working on. So, and I've got that at like page 105 of the record. So I think just knowing that might mean that we're looking at a possible delay violation, and it may be that they haven't produced those documents by the time it goes to the full task force. So, yeah, go ahead.
Basically, pending what we heard there tonight, but I don't think that's changed my notes. But I thought we should probably send it to the full task force to consider whether there's a 6721 lateness violation and whether names were improperly redacted.
Good. Yes. And I think the privacy objection, yeah, we'll talk about it before the full task force. I think it's a borderline case, in my opinion, even though I'm very much, I think way too many people use the privacy objections, but I'm not sure if this might be a valid privacy objection because it was someone who's complaining. It's kind of like a protecting the whistleblower kind of situation. But, we could talk about it further. Yes.
Similarly about that, I didn't find the immediate citations to privacy super compelling on the part of the planning department, but the only thing that raised the issue for me was the citation of the evidence code 1041, which was kind of connected to one of those privacy things, but I felt like I had to hear their analysis of it. I've read it.
Yeah.
See why they would invoke that.
Yes. No, we've already, yeah, I think we're in agreement. We're going to be sending this case on for the full task force to decide. We can't make any decisions here today, and we're just.
Entire packet. If you are holding something that is not in the packet, I would encourage you to submit it to the packet before it goes to the full task force. But then we have it, so we've seen it.
Yeah. Okay, so which of us wants to be the motion maker?
Well, I can do it.
Okay.
So I moved send. I move these are public documents under our jurisdiction, and that we should send them to the full task force. to consider whether there's a 6721 violation for lateness in providing documents and whether names were improperly redacted on this document.
Could we add in, just because I don't know if that encompasses it, whether there are further documents that need to be
And whether there are further documents that need to be produced.
Yeah. And I'll second that.
Saying he wasn't complaining, so he left his exemption.
We're going to consider that issue. Whether it might be that he loses his privacy, but it might be not. It's a close question. We're going to consider that later.
It will be specifically addressed by the full task force. We don't make the decision here. You can add more to the file between now and when that case is scheduled. If you have more documentation to add, you can add it.
Yeah, we'll have a full hearing later. It might be for the July task force meeting if we can get it in time. Okay, do you have the motion?
Moved by Vice Chair Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt, that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and refers the matter to the full task force for consideration of a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, whether names were improperly redacted on this document, and whether there are further documents to be produced.
Yeah, and I think I seconded that, so we can see if there's any public comment.
There is no one else in the room, and there is no one online.
Okay, let's vote.
Taking the vote on item 9, file 25039. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, so you're all set up to go to the task force, and we'll see you there.
Yeah, am I on the record or some?
Pardon me?
Am I being recorded right now? Or are we done?
You are being recorded.
Yeah, we're finished. But
You.
okay, thank you.
There's a lot more I want to say.
I understand. Yeah, but we have to move on to our next item. Thank you.
I wonder if we should also just briefly explain that when you come before the task force for a hearing, they will ask questions and you are just supposed to specifically respond to those questions only. So if you have additional analysis or things that you want to make sure that everybody in the task force knows, you can write a letter and put it in the packet, because it's not really an opportunity to just kind of speak on what you feel you need to speak on. We review the packet and then we ask any outstanding questions we have, and then we deliberate. That's the process, kind of like it was here tonight. So I encourage you, if you have more to say than you've already said in the packet, that you maybe write an additional letter and say, these are the things I want to make sure you know.
I just should something.
Yeah.
Actually, Audrey may question or suggestion response. Her email to Kitty video. Say, probably I am for a case here in my properties that condition so and I do this, I think we didn't say.
I know you think that because I read it in the packet, but we still have to deliberate whether that's really the case. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 12.
Yes.
Item 12, hearing regarding advancing the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Section 67.30 roles.
Okay, that's our ongoing project, and I think we have come up with so far the time limit I don't know if that's under this category. That's not really under this category,
Certainly
but
can be.
that's, yeah. And he's still here and it's after 9. Yeah. Hey,
It's true. I don't mind with complaint committee because it's like this is. I mean, it seems like it might happen a little further near future. We might have it because we did last meeting too, but usually they don't run this late, and it's still more efficient. And there was a reason for it to run this late. There were quite a few items, and so it made sense.
yeah. I will say that there were like 7 left this month for the next committee. It was very much more crowded than it's been in the past.
A few
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. So I took the 7 best and gave them the 7 worst.
The 7 hardest.
They
Kind of hard.
Yeah,
Not all, some of
I believe we're at 18.
well, let's see. I took some that were 21 cases. So because of the timing. And then for other reasons, I took other ones. I forget my reasoning. Yeah.
Can I ask with timing, is it possible to do you ever like when you schedule them, do you contact like the petitioner or the parties and do you ask them like when they're available? Like if like say for example, we do have like a packed calendar. Do you ever talk to them and be like, do you want to push this? Can you push this item out? Or is it all about like having it done as soon as possible, given that we want everyone to be heard?
Is that a question? Are we asking?
I'm asking you.
With 6721 claims, whether or not they.
Well, not 6721, which many of them are, but just like generally speaking, if there's is there any flexibility with scheduling certain cases? Like not because we tell them we have to push it out, but do you ever go to them and ask them, is it okay if we reschedule this for a month past the date we would typically hear it?
We do not. What we do is we provide to the chairs, the various chairs of the committee, and to Chair Yankee for the task force, a long list, knowing that things change over the period that it takes to actually finalize the agenda. But no, we do not ask specifically whether or not parties are available.
Yeah.
Yeah, this month I took 7 and the 7 were there, or maybe I took 8, but they were still here other than the ones that we were able to kind of churn through quickly today.
Well, it's just that like, yeah,
they were still on. Nobody waived their cases. In the past, some of these times when we've had like one case, it was because everybody like folded.
Yeah.
So I expected that we'd lose a few more this month than we did.
Do we have a backlog?
Only the backlog that's going to like the next committee and what's been added on since then. So we're not on backlog anymore. I don't think, except for some of these older cases that they sort of like get parked somewhere for one reason or another.
Yeah. No, it's just that like tonight was one of those instances where it's like you could see it at the full board stretching until 11 p.m. or so. And it's like there was only a couple of instances, not that many, where like you could have tightened it up at all, like just between the 3 of us, like you let some people talk, which was fine. There was nothing wrong with that, but it's like, it's one of those examples for me where 9 or 9:30 is still kind of early because you don't want to dismiss any petitioner like by the time or any party if they take all the time to get here and, prepare the case and want to be heard. So it's like, how do you make sure that happens without going over a limit? I mean, we still didn't stretch past 9:30, so we still made it, but that was only between 3 of us having opinions on things,
What do you think, boss?
I'm here to serve.
Oh,
And also, this is the hang up, I think, that prevents some people from voting for a specific ending time is not wanting to disappoint people who came all the way and sacrificed their time, to be here, whether it's on the phone or in person.
But nobody wants that. I think that like that is
Everybody wants
yeah.
how do we make sure it doesn't happen? Like, I think we need to brainstorm, like,
Well, the
do we
problem,
just severely
yeah.
limit the number of cases we take? And then sometimes our meetings will be even shorter, and the trade-off is, not turning around within 45 days.
I proposed the ending time because otherwise it meant metering any other portion of it, metering what any of us were saying to each other, what the petitioners were saying to us, what items we were able to take, like the number of items in the mix of both argument and administration, like whatever we were doing that were also administrative items. So I just thought, okay, well, this way we can self-regulate and it'll be fair. It won't be like where we're trying to be like anything else, as I'd mentioned. It could be punitive, to just be like, well, you have to stop talking now because we've now eclipsed a limit. But
What about a rule where maybe we say, this doesn't require timing, but it requires a little bit of counting, that each member can speak no more than twice, like have no more than 2 turns at either deliberation or questioning. Because that would make people severely edit themselves, ask the questions they have to ask, try to ask them at once, and not just, come back again and again and again if people aren't agreeing with them or if they have various.
I think about like 2 things with something like this. The biggest one I thought about when I pitched it in the first place was Chair Schmidt pitching the consent agenda item and making it basically palatable enough to pass, essentially, without with as few roadblocks. So I think about that, and then what you suggested sounds perfectly sound. But then I think about who would be enforcing that.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't.
Only the vice chair.
Yeah, but it wouldn't happen though. I would trust you too, but I wouldn't another party.
But anybody could enforce it. Anybody could call that this member is now speaking past 2 turns. We would know. We would all know. I think on any one case.
I think that one thing that maybe we could say is, and this is not I voted for yours because I think it's worth trying.
Mm-hmm.
But we could make a rule that if Chair Yankee or Vice Chair Stein tells you to shut up, you shut up and you don't complain about it. Like something, because I can tell that he's not wanting to shut people down. And so we would just, if he felt like it was okay and that people would just, and then if people don't then shut up, then it's like the rest of us can kind of help gang up on them or something like that.
I still think it's easier to just say you get 1 shot at asking questions, or you get 2 shots at asking questions, and maybe 2 statements in deliberation, and then it's over. And so you better shoot your best questions your first time around. You've got a chance for follow-up.
Yeah.
Shoot your best argument first time around. You've got a chance for 1 follow-up. Yeah. But what I do feel like happens a lot is people aren't agreeing with other people, and then certain people are just going to come back again and again and again and make the same argument over and over and over because it's not going in the direction they want.
Yeah.
And that's when things tend to get a little bit long.
I think that would be a great way to close it down. You get 1 chance or 2 to ask questions. So get all your questions out then, and you're done.
It's like Senate hearings where you get 1 chance and you get X amount of time, but it's looser than that because you're not limiting the time.
Yeah.
You're just saying, what are your questions? Ask them.
I think that it would, in my head, it does actually, I kind of like the idea of even in that sort of structured way where it's more like you could even have people we can go in an order And then like, say, for example, like for me, I like to listen to other people ask questions. I like to listen to their arguments. So if I'm allotted a certain amount of questions or time, I can see them too. Then someone else can ask more. Then but they still have an upper limit of what that is, for example. But I also think that just putting this out there, like that anything like that, if you're talking about like the questions, then you're also talking about questions and deliberation and rebuttal, right? So like you have all this other opportunity within there. Whenever we get into deliberation, we want to sometimes go back and revisit a question. Like it gets a little bit looser. If you ask me, if I was just like doing a pet project at home to bring this back to the board, I would say we should find out who's interested in supporting it, just like having a cutoff time. And then I would also come back with that and bring along with it, before I proposed it, I would bring data about who's speaking how often, like basically why we're having this discussion, essentially, which I did not want to do. You know,
That's something you try
but
to
like,
avoid, and I understand like it's very politic, and I wasn't necessarily looking to avoid it, but I feel like I'm often not very politic. So you're giving up your politicness in doing that, because then it's sort of putting some people on the spot to maybe get them to change their voters. I don't know.
Yeah.
To kind of to get them to not argue against it.
Well,
I feel like I guess I understand there's this issue that you would have to kind of keep track of who spoke. I don't know that I necessarily like having a set order that's the same every time, because sometimes I come into cases and I don't really have a question to start. I think I know it, or I think, and then somebody asks something that makes me think, oh, there's a dimension I haven't looked at, and now I have this question. So I would want to keep that kind of more fluid.
yeah.
But in some ways, it could be simpler if we say everybody has one question, one question period. And then maybe a second round could be made available. I'm just brainstorming here, at the discretion of the chair, but only a second round. So it's not that someone can come back again and again and go, but I have more, but I have more, but I have more. It would just be a discretionary second.
I think that's something else too. Speaking of the chair, this is something that we should bring to him as an issue.
I think
Because
he
like,
knows it,
no, he does. But at the time that the vote happened, he was the deciding factor, because we had enough votes. Like it was 5-4, something like that. And he had to make, because it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for, like, it was still a majority, but it wasn't enough just to actually swing the decision. So for me, he was the deciding no. So like I think that we should also discuss this with him.
Well, maybe it should be a discussion item for the whole task force, like as a discussion item, where we could put forward, here's these things that we're thinking. Because I don't know, because I haven't talked to him at all. I kind of assumed, just from what he had said and what he'd said in the past, that his big worry was bringing people down here and then saying, oh, sorry, it's 9:30, bye-bye, you have to come back another time. Like, I just kind of think that's his concern. And I feel like if we came at it from a different angle, that concern wouldn't necessarily be there. Because I do think we would probably radically cut down the time of a meeting if everybody only has one shot or two shots.
I see your point.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it.
But we don't demand a cutoff at 9:30, but I think we probably shorten it without coming in and saying, like, here are the culprits that make these meetings go until 11 at night,
Yeah.
If these two don't conflict, and so I could see taking both, putting them together, because one of them would serve the other. 9 o'clock done, and the limits on questions and limits on deliberation.
But I think 9 o'clock done is we're still not going to get some votes of the chair, because.
We almost had that. Like, I agree. But I think that.
And I don't want to do
go for
that
9:30
either.
Yeah, that's what I put. That was the proposal. 9 o'clock was done. The proposal was 9 o'clock. We do a soft stop, and then we go for 9:30. That was my motion.
Yeah.
For me, it's kind of like, I'm just going to harken back to one of our cases today, because there's like I'm now using a lame metaphor, but like, you know, when you look at that email where it was like, well, it's a simple request, right? So for me, there's like carrot and stick. For me, there's this discussion, and then there's just a discussion about workplace and how long we're working, because we are. And I've brought this up to the chair that legitimately I'm gonna say it for the record, in a wage and hour sense, we're not getting paid, but still in a working sense, like
If we were working for wages, we'd have to have
but
an
if you're
out break.
if you're extending for past 5 hours, you have to have a lunch break.
Yeah.
Like not like we're getting up to go pee, but like you actually have to have a break.
Wage and hour.
And I have been like, no, I brought that up to the chair when we had an exceptionally late meeting once, and I wrote a nice letter about that. But I'm trying to avoid that. But at the same time, like for me, that's where I'm at with this, like sort of like these questions where hard stop, soft stop, et cetera, where it's like, I don't have the stamina to do this and to get up the next day and keep working in the daytime, you know? So, but I think that like kind of piggybacking to, if we don't do that, take that approach, which I don't want to. First of all, I do think that like in a different like group of people who showed for the night, that we would probably have the votes anyway to do a hard stop if we wanted to. But I kind of see your point where I agree that like you could probably attract more people to it if you don't put that forward in that way. Because I think that's probably unanimous that we don't want to send people. I don't want to send people away either. Like that's the last thing I want. I don't know about like Q&A like turns and whatnot, but I mean, I do think that you could put, what if they were like, we've discussed this this is also why I don't want to bring it back up to the full board as an item, because we've done it twice now. But like, what if we just put, until we have the pitch, but what if we just put limits on the actual case? Like each case has a certain time limit on it.
And then a vote is called.
A vote is called or it's continued.
But then we sort of have brought people out or made them wait and then told them to go away if it's continued. That's the problem to me with that.
But they're still heard.
They're heard, but they're forced to come back again. It becomes potentially more burdensome on the petitioners.
So
Which
then
I still think is like part of, I still think is part of the chair's reluctance. I also do want to say, as someone who, I just have this memory of it being like 12:30 at night, and I made a motion to adjourn, and nobody seconded it. So I'm not so sure having a soft stop and then thinking that people are going to go for a hard stop is going to happen.
You know, one thing that we're talking about is like our time talking, you know, but structurally, it's like we start at a disadvantage in my mind, because we give so much time to these people who, you know, are just sort of repeating what they put in their names anyway for the most part. But we, you know, each case has the starting 16 minutes of opening and rebuttal, and you know, that's just, I know that I've been outvoted on this before, and so I'm not gonna go there, but it's like that's a big part of why we end up going.
I had actually something that's kind of on the same vein of like what I was asking earlier about coordinating with parties to push timelines out. What if because I agree with you, and I know Member Stein has brought that up as well. Is it possible to approach the parties and ask them if they want to not give their opening statements, et cetera? Like it's like not as like a uniform rule, but like we can at least ask the parties which statements they want to be giving at the start of it. Because for me, it's kind of on the same level of not wanting to turn them away. Like if they want to appear, a lot of these parties, like they don't, some of them feel burdened by having to come and make their claims, but many of them come because they're not being heard by another agency, and they just want 3 minutes to make to make their statement to a city agency that's listening to them. So for me, it's like, if that's not everybody, if some of them don't want to make their arguments, but they want to be present, we can have that conversation with those people too, and probably cut back on time for people who optionally don't want to.
We could say it's optional. I just don't think it's, I just, having seen that issue come up before the full task force multiple times and hearing from several people that they find it helpful, I just don't think that's going to move the dial alone.
Yeah, that's true. Because, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
But we could say it's optional, and we could tell the petitioners you can optionally make a statement or optionally make a rebuttal.
Okay. I think the strongest thing that I heard kind of as a combined suggestion of all this, though, is Chair Schmidt was saying the conversations between us and the conversations between the parties were having, how much time they were speaking. But instead of putting a time cap on the case overall, we could put a time limit on us. Like not individually, but just as a group. So questions and deliberations can only take a certain amount of time per case for us.
But then that first raises a question to me. What if somebody jumps in there and the first questioner just like questions for 20 minutes and the time is over?
But that's like I said, this is the political way of doing it. That's exactly, because
push the chair to be like, okay, we've heard from
a certain member. Yeah, exactly. It's that's the singling out way to do is like, we have time limits on each person, which we're never going to meter anyway, but we can limit all of us at the same time. And then it would become, and again, I would still come to this. Like if I ever came to this again, I would come to it with like already a report of how much people were speaking. Like that would still come with whatever proposal came forward. So that's, that's my suggestion now.
Yeah. It would be, I know it's impossible, but it'd be interesting to get a data like for the last year, who's taken the most minutes.
I think it's not at all impossible, but it's just we can't do it. Like you actually do have to be a computer engineer to actually know all the plugins that you need and the right program to use, and it's a multi-step process.
I can't do it for a year, but I can sit down and listen to like 3 7-hour meetings and time people. I can do it.
We could all sign up to do like one meeting each, and we got to time it, and then we report in. I mean, we could agree that everyone's got to listen to one of the meetings and get the time. Then and that would mean we don't have to try to get technology to do it, and then you do one.
We'd short-chart. I really dislike that all those like meetings or the MP3s, you can't like put them on fast. Like you can't speed them up. You have to watch them in real time. If you could speed it up, it would be so much easier to just be like, okay, they started here, they stopped there, do the math.
Can you fast forward?
No.
Oh, you can't.
I mean, you can forward, but you can't watch it in fast speed.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of old school. You would think they'd have better technology.
I mean, maybe if I downloaded an MP3, I could figure it out. But when I do it on the video, like the SF-Gov video, there's no way to watch it fast. Because I normally watch stuff with 2 or 3 times the speed.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. I do think that that's a good suggestion. Like that's kind of what I'm leaning for. I would love. I'm not even wanting. I'm glad we're just talking. It's a little cathartic to talk about it again. But like, I don't need to bring this up in the next general. I don't need to bring it up again for some months now. Like I'd rather it come back kind of in a natural flow where it's not like I'm just hammering it in. More about it.
To be a tweaked proposal,
yeah,
significantly tweaked and thought through from another angle that makes more sense. Because clearly people had certain things they were concerned about that weren't getting addressed, and so that they were worried about. And so
Yeah, and that's also why I want to bring in the chair on it, because that was the other thing that he put forward, where it was like, well, we either do a call to the chair or we amend the bylaws. It was very much like, if you're going down this road, you're going to make something permanent that we might not be able to do, sort of thing, you know. And so like for me, I want to like get him to a place where he's on board with supporting something that's meaningful.
Start by asking what his specific objections were.
Yeah. But in the interest of I'm not even with efficiency tonight, because we postponed this agenda item last time because it was also 9 p.m. but I have a little more energy tonight. So like you said there were two items that we had. We had this one, and then also, was it the press list? That was the other one?
That was one that has sort of like,
we just haven't done anything with it.
yeah, we haven't done anything with it. And the one thing that came up wasn't really on point was the existing press list that the Board of Supervisors has. But yeah, I think the idea that we probably would have to write something up and, you know, make it an item on the full task force, you know, like for approval, that we're going to create this thing and we have some parameters about who would be on it, and we have parameters on what we put on it and how does it get managed. And those are things that kind of the details that I think, you know, I'm sure there's other things that I'm not mentioning that I think we'd have to be a little more specific about what it is for, because the idea is the things that I think it would be for probably maybe different than what other people would want it for.
Well, I think that the idea was, I mean, I remember that you wanted the ability to draw attention to specific cases. I guess I had like a slight reservation over the idea of favoring certain cases, like in like a press release. But having an updated press list with a routine press release that came out that said these were the cases that like we heard, these were the decisions that were made on, like, you know, a highlight basically on what was going on.
Well, like say from tonight, you know, like some of these cases, you could not draw something out of that case that the press would give a damn about.
True.
And which is complete, there's nothing about the case that is anything other than we're just dealing with that case. There's nothing newsworthy about it. It's like, okay, someone wants their documents, they got their documents. That's not news. You know, I'm talking about like what is like news, you know, like what about the, you know, the case where the police department says that we're still investigating a 50-year-old set of murders, the Zodiac killers. That's news to me. And we would have to actually be, well, it might not be news to all people, but I think that it's a lot more than, oh, somebody wants their documents and they get their documents. I think we could pull out the ones where it might be either interesting or it has big ramifications.
Well, I'm going to make a bit of a devil's advocate argument that if it is something like the case that you mentioned, it's because it's being brought by someone who wants to bring publicity to it. It's probably handled, but there are probably a decent number of other cases that are still like the ones that aren't like that. There were like if it's being brought by a book author or a reporter, then they probably, you know, like the case that we discussed before, not this evening, but before, when we discussed this press list about the former mayor and text messages that were deleted. That was honestly, it was well covered by the press, I thought. But like I said, there are other complaints, other outcomes that aren't really that I would find interesting. Not necessarily it would be picked up, but at least it would be more of an effort to put them into a press release and try and get them,
Press release.
noticed. Yes.
So that's the mechanism. maybe.
Well, for me it is. I don't know for everybody, but for me it could just be a newsletter. It could, this was what the outcome was. I think that also if it was a newsletter, you could make it a press release. Kind of sounds like we thought this was buzzy. A newsletter you could do like this. Here was a recent. We're highlighting a recent outcome on a case to highlight to a broader audience how this affects sunshine law, and how this affects sunshine rules and making requests and whatnot.
I'm just thinking, like, my one question is, like, with every communication that I've wanted to have with outside entities through the voice of the task force, the what do you call it? The clerk's office has wanted to see every communication and approve it, and that approval hasn't always come quickly. And so I wonder, like, if we could even do something, if they would want every communication that came out of this task force and went to anyone public to go through that process, how much that would slow things down and what that would do to the value of a press release that was about specific cases. Like, I love the idea. If we can do it through official channels, I think that's great. But I'm almost sitting here thinking, like, wow, it would probably be almost better for like some member of the task force to be on Twitter and just like put out little snippets, like, this happened, this was said, this was the decision, this was the issue, and I'm not saying anyone is going to take that on, but I just wonder how easy it would be to get that communication out ultimately, and whether we could even get approval to just have a list of journalists who we send a press release out to, number one, and then two, whether we can send out press releases directly without having it go through the clerk's office, and three, if it has to go through the clerk's office, what is the turnaround time going to be?
Does it have to?
So far, almost everything we've done, except for the first year where we just went ahead and did it, but then the clerk's office came and said this should have all gone through us, like when we were reaching out about the survey.
Yeah, I am not exactly sure what the justification is for that rule. That's not a rule you.
No one's told me it's a rule. It's just happened a lot.
Yeah, I think that we've all just sort of like knuckled under and said, okay, we'll do it.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. It's just like,
I don't.
Well, also they have to approve like what the administrator spends their time on, and if the administrator is, maintaining a mailing list, that's like an additional job for the administrator, and and the administrator is under them, not under us.
Yeah, that's true.
I have a suggestion though, because we've been talking around these two issues, that we should agendize them for us. So as opposed to having this current agenda item as it is, next month we should do the press list, and in August we can do the let's not be here until 12:30 a.m.
Okay.
item.
That's to be titled.
Yes.
And
that way,
like
just like as a goal, like to get these both pushed through.
If we do next month the press list, and if we decide on nothing, if we decide on something, we stop talking about that for a while.
Okay.
At least a while, if not forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the idea.
So we have to. It's all got to go.
Yeah.
It's all got to show up that day.
Yeah, no, and I like the open-ended discussion. I just feel like we now have these two ideas, and I also like the idea of getting at least one of them pushed through.
Good.
And was there any other thing that we were discussing under this idea of like other things the task force should be doing, or?
I don't think we had anything, like that had any shape to it. I think, we could look at training, education, and things like that, although I feel like some of those are supposed to be, under other amending, training, education, that's kind of like, the only thing I would basically say is, well, the other committees should be, you know, this is on them, so we're not going to say anything about it kind of thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think we have anything else. So let's do that. The next one, the next two, and maybe we try to actually get something close to specific enough so that we can work on it somehow from there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're done with that one. And I don't think we have any public comment. Any public commenters?
We have no audience.
Where is that library guy when we need him? God.
Item 13?
Yeah.
Item 13, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the complaint committee.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an announcement, but I'll just say, as some other work that I started doing with the League of Women Voters, I have gone and listened to all of, or read the minutes of all of the committees for streamlining task force, what is it called? Committee, late at night here. The streamlining task force that was created for Prop E. And I found that kind of interesting where the direction that things are going. And at this point, I think it's unclear how they're going to solicit feedback from the different, you know, sort of citizen bodies that are out there. It may be that they run out of time and end up just doing a survey of the administrator and possibly a survey of maybe like the chair of the task force. And it might be worth us thinking about whether we want to submit a letter describing ourselves to them, because I'm not sure that they're going to get any qualitative data. And I'm not even sure at this point what kinds of quantitative data they're going to ask for. And there are even at least one member of that task force that doesn't seem to want any data, just wants to make decisions about what to do with these various citizen bodies. So I just wanted to mention that.
Huh. Okay. Anything else on that? Okay. I think we're done with that item.
Okay. And noting that we have no audience. So we'll go to public comment.
Okay. Yeah, there's a redistricting, or that and then the grand jury, they're all watching us.
The civil grand jury.
Civil grand jury, they're always watching us, but I don't know if they ever come up with it.
Well, they
I'm not paying
recommend
attention.
eliminating, I think, 17
Did it?
bodies, but we were not one of them. Civil grand jury report from 2024.
Oh, okay.
We weren't allowed to do that. So we were by charter or something.
It's a tiny bit unclear. They can change the chart. Well, we're not by charter, we're by ordinance.
Voter.
But I think there still is a mechanism for them to try to change that, but I don't know.
Next item.
Item 14, adjournment.
Second.
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned at 9:55 p.m.
Yeah,
Microphones are off. Recording is off.